Good everyone. Welcome you to hearings today for Monday, the 8th of May. If I could ask you to stand for karakia. Tēnā koe, te Papatūānuku, tēnā koe te whare, tēnā koutou katoa, te hui today mo tēnei rā. Me karakia tātou whakatake te hau ki te uru, whakatake te hau ki te tonga, he mā kina ki uta, he mā tara ki tai, he hi akia nā te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, tihei mauri ora. As we make start today on the hearings, this is kind of a middle part of the process around setting annual plan. The first part is picking up where we already had a whole lot of work done through the long-term plan and the work that the previous council had done, thinking about what was appropriate given the current circumstances for the year ahead, and bringing in the cost of living conversations, the increased growth for our district and the projects that needed to be completed, and balancing where we felt that the community wanted things complete and also the ability to afford the things that our district continues to ask for. Today is, after the draft has been presented, is a chance for our community to come and talk to us and have a conversation with us about the things that they think are important or unimportant in the draft. So listening ears on today. Each submitter has been given 10 minutes to be able to talk to us. I just ask councillors that when our submitters aren't speaking that we have our eyes and ears focused on those that are submitting and not on our computer screens or phones. I know that taking notes will mean that there's, by all means, take notes. But let's have a concentration and focus on the people that have taken their time out of their business and their life to be here to speak to us today. We're not here to debate the issues today. That will come later at the end of the month on the 31st as the first deliberation. So if we can include things on the 31st, we would. But we may need a second day just depending on where we get to at the end of the 31st. So today is to listen. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask them of the submitters. Just asking your questions are constructive to learn, not to try and teach the submitters that are coming in. Today's about hearing their opinions, not about trying to correct things that you believe they may have said that don't fit the narrative that we're running about the things that needs to be done or not done. We've got a number of slots today that we had kept open because there are a number of people that had said they would like to come and speak to us. They have since withdrawn and will not be coming today. So that's why there's a few gaps in today's agenda as far as submitters coming. David will spend the first part of all the gaps that we've got in receiving all the written submissions. So the part of the process today is to receive everything that's been given to us. So we formally receive that and then to hear from people that are coming to speak to us. So we'll try and run through all of the written submissions. David will give a brief overview of each one. And then at the end of the day, we'll receive them all in bulk. There's an apology today. Grant's message this morning and is unavailable and won't be here. So I'll move that we receive Grant's apology and Malcolm second that. Yeah. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carries. Are there any questions on today and process and what we're doing or what we're here for? Nope. Malcolm, your microphone's on. Do you need anything? Oh, no. No. So any only comments you'd like to make, and otherwise I'll invite you to start to take us through the submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everybody. And firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the work of staff leading up to today and the collation, the preparation of the agenda, the distribution, and also compiling those key points that all submitters have raised for discussion. As the Mayor said, this is the middle part of the process. We're getting together again on the 31st of May. agenda for that will be circulated well in advance of that date, and will also include staff comments on the points that are raised and recommendations to help council in its deliberations. So what I intend to do today is 113 submissions have been received to this year's draft annual plan, and 17 of those submitters are going to verbally speak to council today. So my role, as the Mayor has said, is to acknowledge the submitters and identify the key points that are raised by each of those submitters. So I intend to go through those on number order, and I'll speak through till 9:30 when our first presenter is scheduled to speak. So submission number 1, Hamish Crombie. Key points made said during busy times, access and parking at Prebbleton Domain is difficult. Comments that Prebbleton is suffering badly from heavy traffic flows on Springs Road, and in particular along with the feeding road that's into it, and suggests that extending the 40k speed limit across the whole village would be great. And on another subject, asks when will a new community facility be built commence. Submitted number 2, and you'll see a number of these where it says details withheld under the Privacy Act. Submitters do have the opportunity to request their details be withheld, and a number have done that. So submitted number 2 suggests that our plan focuses too much on development, which is ruining farmland and our rural way of life. Submitted number 3, Michael Flanagan. His submission suggests elected members must consider all ethnicities within the district when implementing change. Submitter 4, Christine Mace, talks about repairs to the roads across Selwyn District, particularly mentions section of road between Macefield and Tennyson Street. Submitter 5, Alan Ray, suggests council should stop putting rates up. Submitter 6, Karina McCulloch, her point is we need green waste bins or an area to take green waste and cardboard, and talks about driving all the way to Royston and the cost of doing that. Karina also says that she would like Colgate to have street lights down every street. Submitter 7 simply said yes, they support the plan. Submitter 8, Steve Menzies, supports the plan and makes a comment. I'm seeking to see if an upgrade to Hoskins Road from State Highway 73 through to Madison's Road intersection has been included or is part of a future long-term plan. Submitter number 9 withheld their details, asked council to re-evaluate its approach to a rate increase, suggests sticking to 3% this year. Submitter number 10, Blair Templeton, on behalf of the Leeston Southbridge Cricket Club, says there is money allocated to upgrading the toilets at Leeston Park. The cricket club is in desperate need of changing rooms that can be accessed close to the cricket ground where the toilet block is, and says they have no changing rooms at present. Submitter number 11 asked for their details to be withheld, submits on rating increase. Also makes comments about water project in Darfield, asks that we heat the Darfield swimming pool so that it can be used all year round. Submitter number 12 simply says they don't support the plan. Similarly, submitter 13 and submitter 14 does support the draft annual plan. Submitter 15 has no preference to either support or not support. Submitter 16 simply submitted that they do support the plan. Submitter 17, Megan Carpenter, supports the plan, and she goes on to talk about the opportunity to plant more trees. She says a better tree canopy coverage means we will have cooler streets and a better environment generally. Submitter 18 is Coral Harris, suggests speed restrictions in Springston. Says the 50k sign is close to Springston Centre and doesn't actually slow anybody down. Submitter 19 is yes in support of the plan. Submitter 20, Dave Ballett. Where is the park and ride train service on an already double track to Christchurch? Suggests there are alternative green ways of transport. Comments that there's not enough budget for upgrades to the very dangerous roads like Hoskins Road. Submitter 21, Doug McSweeney for the Selwyn Sports Trust. Highlighted a new piece of work Selwyn Sports Trust is undertaking in the youth space, which involves working alongside secondary schools. Said the program will cost around 70k to implement. Goes on to say they currently receive 35k per annum for 3 years to deliver the projects. I'm writing in regards to the current annual plan to see if there would be consideration to reviewing our strategic partnership in light of this piece of work. I understand there are other community funds that we can apply for. This again talks about the 35k, and in addition have received $6,000 from Council for a coaching program this year, and notes that in return they hire space at the Selwyn Sports Centre at a cost of $20,000 per year, so request for more funding. Submission 22, details withheld, said just by using the lowest bidder or a low bidder for our roading maintenance contract, we're not necessarily getting the best job done. Doesn't understand why rural roads are still in the shape they are. It says look at Telegraph Road and how often it's being fixed. Submitted 23 says there's very little mentioned of Colgate and other townships. Submitted 24, Mariana Hamilton. Council should have reported what it's doing to overcome the government's hurdle of chlorination for everybody. Goes on to say there are now at least 8 premises in Rolleston that serve pizza, and name them in there. Submitter goes on to say it's still lacking efficient and sustainable transport infrastructure links into Christchurch. Bus journeys on offer are limited and not express journeys. Submitter 25, Tim Shaw, supports the draft annual plan. Says thank you for your effort in controlling rates this year. He says, well, it looks like a large increase. We're actually behind inflation, and this is appreciated. And Tim goes on to say he's really excited to see the West Melton Rolleston cycleway shown in this budget. Submitted 26 is to Ange Corthway. Says my concern is the traffic and lack of care on Old West Coast Road, particularly adjacent to the Kirwee Model School bus route, and says it would be fantastic to have more signage for awareness on this road. Submitted 27 is Wayne Tibbles, asks why do we have to pay for a water race that we don't want or use. Submitted 28, Jonathan Scott, says council earns enough from commercial development, and if not, put their rates up. We have a sewage system we don't want, wasting money on new mains water supply with chlorination, which we don't need. Submitted 29 is Paul Wozanowski, supports the draft annual plan and makes comments on curbside waste collection, email and notification to ratepayers. Submitted 30 is Jane Huggins, supports the draft annual plan and comments it's good to see that rates rises have been kept under the CPI increase. Submitted 31 is Andrew Wilson, supports the plan and comments that overall it is a good annual plan. Andrew goes on to say the speed on Whedon's Ross Road through the village of West Melton requires traffic calming measures. Said the proposed cycleway to West Melton needs to include improvements to lighting at West Melton and Hoskins Road intersection. Would like to see better support of the Residents Association, and makes comment about the arts project Selwyn wide, one we can all be proud of and really put us on the map. Goes on to say the idea of creating New Zealand's biggest art piece, a series of Waimakariri stone hoops over the watercourse alongside State Highway 75. Submitter 32 is Duncan Sherritt. Said I would like to see some of the projects previously held in the annual plan for Castle Hill put back in the plan. And it mentions Village Hall extension, tennis court resurfacing, and dark sky lighting. Submission 32, Steve Bolton. Do you support the plan? Yes. Said there should be a small footpath between Cat's Pajamas into Laird Place Reserve Path. Mark Jones is submitter 35. Says I live in Colgate and would love to be able to make use of a green bin for garden waste, and asks, is there anything planned to improve Wards Road between Rolleston and Charing Cross? Mark says since the CSN2 was completed, the road is now an important commuter route from outlying settlements into Rolleston and the city, so its current status makes it unsafe for the volume of traffic it now takes, especially during winter. Goes on to say, I would love to see this road the same standard as Beeley Road from Aylesbury Corner to Hororata, with wider lanes, clearer road marking, cat's eyes and marker poles. Submitter number 36, name withheld, says cycleways are not needed. Additional and spending should go into essential services only. Submission 37 is from Rachel Wiseman. Says please include the following items for Castle Hill Village in order of priority: extension to the community hall, resurfacing of the tennis court, and move to dark sky reserve. And just as an aside, in the sections that are Lachlan Castle Hill follow background councillor, on Sunday the 26th of February, I accompanied the Melbourne Community Board on a trip to Castle Hill, where we met with members of the local community, and they identified a number of pieces of work in no particular order: extension of their hall, maintenance of the hall and toilets, garden works, playground works, tennis court, reserve management plan, stormwater swales, Craigieburn bike trails, and dark sky and village lighting. And out of that meeting, we now have a number of submitters reinforcing those issues that were identified on that day. Submission 38 is details withheld, supports the draft annual plan. Comments the increase in budget for road sealing and maintenance is welcome. Sealing of the gravel part of Finlays Road is requested for consideration. Concludes by saying I would like to compliment the council and staff for their hard work for us throughout the year. Submitter 39 is Anna Penn. Says I believe township residents have the right to a cemetery within 8 k's of that township. Notes that Arthur's Pass does not have this. Anna goes on to say structures such as berms for permanent plaque placement and a memorial garden would not seem unreasonable, created by council and maintained perhaps by locals. Submitter 40 is Belinda Margetts, supports the plan and says she would like to see more forest parks in Rolleston, and we would like to see traffic calming measures installed on Falcon Road. Submitter 41, details withheld, but supports the plan. Jay O'Connor is submitter 42 on West Melton projects, water supply, the cycleway and resealing. She says Jay O'Connor says all of the above sounds great. Goes on to say we're lucky to live close to Rolleston and the service it provides. The town planners are doing a great job. The new town centre looks amazing, as does Foster Park and the sports complex and pool. Submitter 44 is Nicola Stokes, who has no preference. But goes on to say, it's not satisfactory that there is no recycling station in our area for rural people. Says I don't have a yellow bin. Submitter 45 is speaking later today. Submitter 46, details withheld, supports the plan. Goes on to say the main road in Prebbleton needs serious upgrade. The main centre of Prebbleton needs an upgrade. Says the bus stops are very rundown, rusty and dishevelled looking. Submitter 47, Annabelle Bassett, supports the plan. Says within the draft plan, I didn't see any mention of climate change. On the Selwyn District Council website, there's no mention of what action SDC is proposing to mitigate and improve climate change and the district's response to climate change. Goes on to say, I would like to emphasise the importance of ensuring connections to reticulated wastewater. We're seeing more and more subdivisions that don't have reticulation and are instead installing on-site wastewater pumps. And in respect to stormwater, said I would like to see more work and funding put into stormwater and drainage in certain areas as well as along the roadsides. With respect to cycle paths and lanes, Annabelle said it would be great to see proper consultation and analysis of the demand for the installation of these cycle paths and lanes. Asked the question, how many people actually need bike lanes and how many people are intending to travel by bike from West Melton to Wollaston. Alan Kavanagh has submitted 48, supports the plan and says, please reconsider our decision to remove the half pipe at Rosemary. Submission 49, Prebbleton Community Association. Submission is to improve safety. We suggest a traffic calming measure using red road markings at the entrance and exit to Prebbleton Village on Springs Road. Submission number 50, Cat's Pajamas Preschool and Nursery would formally like to make a submission into extending a footpath walkway around our preschool. I would like to suggest an extension of a small footpath from the Cat's Pajamas and Nursery West Melton car park through to the walkway to Lead Place Reserve footpath. Would make it easier for everybody tramping across the grass every day. Submission 51 is details withheld. Submitter says Selwyn should celebrate and promote the opportunity to have a world-class night sky experience in its own district. Submission 52 from Anna Thorpe on Castle Hill Village said the village needs to have dark sky status and says on State Highway 73, the one-lane bridge over Thomas River just before the village and the one west of Springfield need to be 2-lane. Says the hall at Castle Hill needs extending and gives support for the draft annual plan. Janet McPherson has submitted number 53, said I'm particularly passionate about the dark sky concept at Castle Hill Village. Also says the hall definitely needs enlargement. 54 was withdrawn. 55, details withheld. Submitter says, I think traffic calming measures are needed on the Springs Road entry and exit to Prebbleton. Goes on to say, I want to know whether consultation on a new community centre for Prebbleton will occur this year. I think Prebbleton needs a community centre. At the moment, Selwyn District Council has no presence in Prebbleton. The cottage is managed remotely and council offers very little by way of school holiday activities. Submitter 56 is James Broadbent, supports the draft annual plan. Goes on to say Castle Hill Community Hall is woefully inadequate in size and comments Selwyn region has its own naturally dark sky area in Castle Hill Basin. Submitter 57 says, I would like to see Castle Hill Village designated a night sky area in the near future. Asks, can we please set up a functioning public artwork policy? Submitter 58, Rick Hill, said there are 2 projects within the village area that need funding. The first one is resurfacing the tennis court. Second one is extending the village wall. The third item that should be added to SDC's work list is assisting with the maintenance of Craigieburn trails. Submitter 59, names withheld, says the village committee at Castle Hill have put forward submission re the hall playgrounds and especially village street lighting being changed to night sky friendly lighting. Submitter 60, Daniel Gainsford, 11 Smithies Road, which is gravel. It was in our plan to be sealed 5 years ago. I have serious concerns about safety, potholes. Keep going. Russell Dalzell is submitter number 61 on behalf of the Dunsandel Community Committee. Says 35k has been set aside for car park lighting at the Dunsandel Community Centre. We would like to see the project expedited. So my point here is, can we have this project rushed through before any serious injury or damage is done? Can we include bollards at either end of the swale? Can we have some sort of slightly taller plantings around the middle of the swale? Russell also says we're in the process of looking at flagpoles at our cenotaph area, but these have not been included in the long-term draft. Can these be included, as this is something the community has requested? Talks about the continuation of funding for a roving secretary, noting that current funding ends soon. And submitter 62 is the last one I'll speak to in this session. Patricia Pollins said I would like to see a memorial wall erected at the Whedon Cemetery for families who choose to scatter their loved ones' ashes. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, David, for taking us through. We'll pause on receiving the written submissions and now move on to those that have come to speak to us today. We have Mark, Alex, Stu, Jenny, Ken and Alistair before morning tea in that order. Mark, thanks for coming in this morning. Nice to see you again and for your contribution to our annual plan. You're very familiar with this process. 10 minutes for your presentation and some discussion. So I'll hand the floor over to you. The microphones work the same way they always have. Right button, thank you.
Good morning, councillors. I wasn't originally intending to come and speak to my submission, but the final item on my submission is one that actually annoyed me greatly and has brought me to the table. I generally support the long-term plan. I have the annual plan that you brought forward. I congratulate you on actually bringing one forward. I submitted on Eaton's annual plan and heard Ashburton proudly announce that they did not have consultation this year in Ashburton. I think that's always unfortunate. We have an opportunity for ratepayers. Present to you is important. And as I said, I support a number of projects you've included and bringing forward. Some of my comments are teasers towards next year's long-term plan. There are items I'd like you to consider when we come to the long-term plan. We'll start with road maintenance. Support the extra $1 million, but ask, is it enough? Is it going to go far enough to do the work that our ratepayers and we're getting from some are asking to be done? We had the experience on Two Chain Road with the Burnham-Ellsbury Road corner being closed for a period, which Two Chain Road brought all the traffic going to and from Burnham. The road suffered greatly. It's got almost continuous edge of seal repairs, which is an indication of a road that's not managing. It's not wide enough for the traffic it's carrying and is suffering. It's going to keep doing that because when Whakatākī eventually start the double lane roundabout at Duns Crossing Walkers Road, there will be more traffic that uses Two Chain Road west of Walkers Road as a detour. The road is going to suffer. There's going to be a point at which we say, as we did on Walkers Road, it's better to widen it than continually fix it. Large scale park. been waiting for the consultation on the master plan for this for some time. It was supposed to start last year. It was supposed to start this year. There's no sign of it. It's an important facility that we need to start planning. We need to start plantings for some of those areas now, so that when we actually start putting field or other community facilities there are maturing trees to give shelter. At the moment, it's 100 hectares of basically open farmland. It'll be very windy and very cold. Reserve assets. This is a challenge for next year's long-term plan. Horowara Domain is probably the biggest example of one that's well oversized, and we simply do not need a domain that large there. It could be rationalised and the funds used either in the Malvern Ward or across the district in other developments. I've added one of the small new submissions, facility retention as well. As you look at need forward and the money to get that to an appropriate standard, is it really an important part of our facility network? It's an example of one that probably, if you were fiscally prudent, would say no. I see that one councillor has said that it should be kept open at all costs as a ratepayer. I find that really disturbing, and a pledge to keep something open at all costs is neither fiscally prudent or rational. Cerebral rates, that's the challenge for next year. Sheffield Pole, that's another facility that's past its use by date. It would be cheaper to close that facility and provide a minibus to take the patrons to Darfield. I think it was last year's annual plan, we approved 2 streetlight projects for Ralston, Duns Crossing Road and Lincoln Ralston Road. Friday, I went to the Aquatic Centre early and noticed that the Duns Crossing Road project hasn't even started, and then I took a detour on the way home and found that Lincoln Ralston Road project has not started either. I hope that those projects are being carried forward to the next financial year, and they're not just disappearing, because they were sought and fought for by residents, and they fill gaps in our network. The Aquatic Centre membership changes. That's what's brought me here. A couple of weeks ago, with no consultation and no prior announcement, regular patrons were told that the annual membership will be no longer offered, and that you can instead take a monthly membership, which is actually, there's a mistake in my submission, it's actually 29.5% increase in fees. And since then, a variety of rationales offered by staff for this. First of all, it was confusing. The membership was confusing patrons. It was too expensive to do it, put too much staff time. One membership renewal annually takes too much staff time. And I had a variety of other reasons, other expert emails. Some said, oh, we'll let you renew it this year. We won't guarantee it after next year. So all you're doing is postponing a 30% increase 1 year. That's nice, but the bottom line is, where's the justification for this change? The annual memberships actually important to those of us that have it. We're regular high-use patrons during the Solomon Aquatic Centre, but of other facilities as well. I go there every morning to use the hydro pool for rehabilitation work. There are a number of residents, not all paid, but a lot of them, who use it. All membership for them is a way of getting value. They're there 3 to 5 days a week. And the use of the hydro pool is important for their health and well-being. For some of them, it is keeping them mobile in our community. It is lowering other healthcare costs for them. To hear it said that loud discussion, and it's going. And this was said before it was even communicated by email to the patrons. Unfortunately, that's really poor communication. It's a really poor decision. And I'd like to see council, as I've said in my submission, actually stop this until there's been proper consultation and explanation of why the annual membership is going, why its replacement with 30% increase in fee. I don't think you've raised any other fee 30% in a single calendar year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. That's just nonsense. And it appears to be done without consultation with councillors either. That's unfortunate. So I ask you to stop that, put it through a proper process, probably next year's planning, so that existing patrons can be consulted. And with a reasonable increase, I don't reject a reasonable increase, the 30% without notice is not reasonable. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, for sharing your point of view with us. Councillors, is there any questions you'd like to ask, Mark? No, we appreciate the time, Mark. We will be having deliberations on all the submissions at the end of the month and making decisions on next year's annual plan before the end of June. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I look forward to answers to the other questions I have in my submission that I haven't debated today. There are a number of questions that would be nice to see answers.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to check myself.
So the next submitted is Alex Booker, and there's 3 councillors who are on a district plan hearing, and they may want to step back from the table today. This room is a public room through a public hearing, so you don't need to leave the room. But we'll welcome Alex. The floor is yours there. You're welcome to sit in the seat in front of you. Have you got a PowerPoint?
No, I get my phone.
Oh, great.
Great.
The microphone is just press the right hand button to turn it on. Yeah, that's great. And as you would have heard me explain to Mark before, you allowed 10 minutes for this conversation. I'm keen to hear your point of view. Thanks for what you're doing for us in written form already, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I just intend to be short this morning. Kia ora. Alex, so I appear on behalf of First of South Island, and they are a long-standing supermarket operator in Selwyn District. And you may be aware that there was a proposal for a pick and save that was granted by council on the corner of Levi Road and Lincoln Road. So we're really just supporting the submission we've made today in support of the council bringing forward the work that was going to occur at that intersection. So that's the Levi Road, Lincoln Road, and they're turning it into traffic lights. And in the background, that formed part of the consent in the sense that if that wasn't in place, there would need to be other works done in that road reserve in the interim. So First Aussie fully supports that it would now become in line for this annual plan with its plans to open that supermarket in, I think, realistically 2025 at this stage. There was ongoing discussions behind the scenes with that one as well in terms of development agreements and contributions to cost to the intersection. So that's the submission on First of South Island. If anyone has any questions about that.
Yes, any questions on that submission?
Is fully in support of the annual plan.
Great, thank you. And you have a submission on Birches Village?
Correct. So I also appear on behalf of Birches Village. Now, Birches Village, based in Prebbleton, we've got a land holding opposite the Kahaka Park, and we're seeking to rezone that as residential. So the submission details in terms of the, and I should say once it's been rezoned, there's a contract in place with Ngāi Tahu Property who would then develop that site should it be rezoned. That's obviously going through a separate process at the moment. In terms of the submission on the annual plan, Birches Village obviously strongly supports the additional investment into that park that's being brought forward through this annual plan. Even me as a resident of Selwyn visiting that park, it's hugely busy and popular, and it's really great to see an asset like that in Selwyn. They also see that there would be benefit in the inclusion of all the new infrastructure and servicing that's been added in the district plan. The details of that are put in the submission, but there's obviously quite a lot of road upgrades and things that are being put forward in Prebbleton. The only residual thing I would say in terms of Birches is I support the inclusion of the transport infrastructure, stage 2 Prebbleton arterial upgrade, the city cycle link, the Prebbleton cycleway, and it's also generally supportive of roading improvements around the area. The other thing that I would want to put on your radar is through the course of this process, there's been some indications from council that the wastewater in Prebbleton has restrictions on its capacity. And I know there's some money set aside for capital investment, up to 500,000. And I just urge you that any investment into Prebbleton wastewater needs to look at the bigger picture of capacity. I think the concern there is that while there is sufficient supply in Rolleston, it's the connection of the Prebbleton to Rolleston and the capacity of that network. So anything investing in Prebbleton now really does need to take the bigger picture of these plan changes into play. And obviously developers are willing to work with council in that respect. So that's my submission for Birches Village, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on that, Sophie?
Yeah, and Ugly, thank you very much for coming. I guess my question on given that you've noted around water infrastructure and roading and everything else, given that inflation has basically gone nuts, the cost of providing that infrastructure will have gone nuts. Would Birches Village support increased development contributions if that's required to provide the necessary infrastructure?
Yes, I think if you look at the test of development contributions in terms of being able to charge them, they do need to be justified in terms of what the cost of it is. And I think if that's the case and it's been done correctly through that local government process, there wouldn't be an opposition to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything further? No, Alex, we appreciate you coming in for those two submission points. Thank you.
Yeah, and hopefully you can use the extra time throughout the day.
Stu Big is our next submitter. Yeah, thank you. Welcome along to in your plan. The microphone button is the right hand button. Just press that once, and that will turn the microphone on for you. We've got about 2 minutes for this conversation, including some questions if there are any at the end. Councillors, this is submission number 33 in your agendas for the day. I'll hand the floor over to you.
Sorry, what's the submission I'm talking on? First, am I talking on the footpath or the driveway?
You can talk about anything that's within your submission. For us, it's on the submission number 33. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Okay. Is that working?
Yeah, right.
I'm here representing Purely Community Committee. I'm going to talk about the footpath outside the new Purely Tavern, which is known as Thirsty Acres. At the moment, the footpath ends at the entrance to the tavern, and we want it extended down to. No, apologies. There's been a couple of photos sent through, but they may not have turned up, so that's my apology for that. We want that footpath extended down to Anson Street, particularly because there's very little room on the verge of the road for people to be walking, and it's a very busy road near. A lot of people don't actually slow down to what the speed restriction is through that area, which is meant to be 50. And that, if anyone knows that area of the road, it's quite steep and slopes down and very awkward for people to walk down there safely. A lot of children use it to get to the bus in the mornings, and there's a lot of people walking dogs and go for walks around Kilrea as well. And it's actually, there's room there potentially for a footpath before it encroaches onto the property of the tavern, which is obviously technically private property unless you're in there visiting the tavern. So people are technically walking through private property, and there's cars in there. This is dangerous of people getting hit and whatever. So we would like to see that footpath extended down to Anson Street, as I said, so people are a lot safer in doing their day-to-day duties and walking. And as a member of the local fire brigade, I don't really want to pick someone's pieces up on the side of the road. So it's in my point of view, and a committee point of view, it is actually quite a health and safety issue to keep people safe in the community. So that's all I've got to say on that. So that's the solution at the moment.
Did you want to cover off anything else today with us?
Yes, I just want to talk about that. I'm going to talk about the access way to the water scheme in Purely. For those that don't know, it's the Purely water scheme is situated on Courtney A&P Showlands. The community is also situated, and that holds there's also a civil defence base as well. Unfortunately, the driving over the years has started to deteriorate and become a bit worse for wear, really. And as an AMP association, being a non-profit organisation, our funds aren't always surplus to do that, and same with the whole committee as well. And as it is a community water scheme, it is pretty much visited at least once a day by the contractors who are contracted to service and maintain that facility. So we feel as a community committee that it would be nice to have some contribution from the council to either help us maintain that in the interim at the moment, or put something towards hopefully resealing it in the future. There are easements along that side of that driveway, and this is a wee tooling issue I had a while ago with the council, and it sort of relates to the driveway. Is that when the major pipe work to the water scheme was upgraded along there was an upgrade of 2 water hydrants for firefighting. And then I approached who's in charge of water services as to identifying those hydrants for firefighting purposes. I was told that because that was a private driveway, there would be no identifications put on that driveway, which I was quite disappointed in, because one of those hydrants is actually protecting some of council's assets down the far end, which includes public toilets and a sports pavilion down there as well. So anyway, in that interim, I actually bought some cat's eyes and we put on the driveway. And the last time there was work done down with chlorination, the contractors are in contracting at the time. We do work for Cord. We're quite responsible. One of their drivers, here's a cat's eye that one particular driver on a small digger decided he was going to screw his digger around on our driveway and just tear that to bits. So that's not something I've hit with a hammer. That was actually the cat's eye that he actually ripped off that driveway. So the council and us really need to work together on the scheme. This is actually identifying something that's used in an emergency if it's needed. And the fact that it's on private driveway didn't really gel with me, because we had no we didn't have any objection of that going on the driveway, because that's identifying a source that is either going to be used to firefight or something along those lines. So I was a little disappointed with that outcome, but that's pretty much all I've got to say on that submission too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions, councillors, of the submission today? Yeah, I've got one just to begin with. It was around the intersection and the footpath that you mentioned at the beginning outside Thirsty Acres.
Yes.
Obviously, Courtney Road intersection with State Highway 73 it's a dangerous intersection. People turning all over the place, and also people coming pretty quick from Tramway Road straight ahead without giving due consideration to people that are already on the State Highway.
Considering it is a good way sign, and it potentially should be a stop sign approaching the State Highway, but that's another story too.
But I mean, the whole intersection, because it's the State Highway, isn't under our control.
I realise that.
Has the township committee considered thinking about closing Tramway Road's access onto the State Highway, which would then provide more space for pedestrians along the path you've identified, and slow down the traffic speeding through the town and cutting the gap to head straight up Tramway Road?
That is a possibility, but I'm sure it's out of our jurisdiction where you would have any powers to close that intersection. It only has to come as a recommendation to obviously a long-term plan. There has been some talk about that, that potentially is a possibility. But then it's going to be that whole intersection would really have to have a major overhaul, and that speed coming through Curlew would definitely have to be dropped. In my book, it should not be 70 k's at the moment anyway, but because as Curlew's going to get busier and busier, and potentially with all subdivisions in Darfield, it's going to create. I know now the amount of traffic on the main road is just horrendous, and it's only going to get worse, not better.
Thank you. And as a conversation, obviously, we'd need Whakatahi to be a part of, but putting and people closer to the road, which is quite dangerous as it is. Yes, we just need to manage that. Thank you.
Yes.
Lydia.
I just wanted to touch on the closing of the Tramway Road and if that was an option, where would you think that agricultural machinery might travel through our agricultural township?
Correct. That is another option. That is another problem. At the moment, it is a very busy township. And many years ago, someone in their lifeless mind decided they were going to narrow all our intersections up, which I'm not sure why the point of that was, because it restricts everyone's turning abilities as far as trucks, tractors, and everything goes. It was, and that's a good point, Lydia, that if you shut that off, it gives you one approach onto the main road off that Tramway Road, which is up by the fire station, which is not practical really at volume. Well, it is if there's going to be a lot of work done, put it that way. You have a waterhouse on one side of the road, and for turning off big trucks, whether it's milk tankers or whatever, you're going to cause some probably big problems at that intersection, I think. And as I said, with the speed being 70, a lot of people haven't even slowed down to 70 by the time they actually reach that intersection as well. So it's in my books, I wouldn't like to see it closed, but yeah, it really should be a stop sign anyway. But that's and the speed limit in Kilwee should be adjusted accordingly as well. But all these things need to be looked into as far as what environment and what actually travels through and out of Kilwee and out of these intersections.
Thank you. Nicole.
Thanks for coming in to speak to us. Just for clarification, who owns the access driveway to the showgrounds? Is it?
Sorry, who owns it?
Yeah.
So it's owned by the Courtenay AMP Association.
So does that whole area is owned?
They have there's the the whole committee is a separate identity, but is run under there's a mortgage with the Courtenay AMP to run that whole committee. It is still technically owned by the Courtenay AMP Association.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your submission today, and the points that you've raised will be considered at the end of the month. And our plan for next year will be confirmed before the end of June. So we really appreciate you coming in this morning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next is Jenny Gallagher. This is on page submission number 43 or page 114 of today's agenda. Welcome back, Jenny. Microphone still works, or the right-hand button, and I'll hand the floor over to you.
I just want to pass round. I've just got it. Thank you. Actually, Stu, you have done my job for me. The pamphlet I've given you, the top one is a photo, for those of you that don't know Kilwee, of where the water reservoir is and the infrastructure for the Kilwee Township water supply. You can see the driveway that goes in. It is sealed to the end of the hall, which is the red roof building, and then there's a track going around to the back to the pump station and everything there. The second photo actually shows you where the pipeline is and the easement that the council have for that piece of land for the pipe to go through to the pump station. You will have all read, hopefully, my submission that I've put in. And as Stuart's brought up, it is the usage that has increased on the driveway, since Kiwi's grown and the water supply is being upgraded and checked regularly. Kiwi Hall is, as Stu's explained to you, community owned on AMP ground. So the money that we give to the district for community facilities, we don't see anything of that coming back into our community facility at all. That is the only access into the water reservoir at the moment. To the left of the hall, you will see the Kirwi Reserve with the trees around the boundary, but the access way is through the AMP grounds. Also, if you're talking about the reserve, there's not a lot of parking facilities there. On a very big day of rugby at Kirwi, a lot of the patrons will park on the reserve as well. So we as a community like to be working with everybody, working with the council, helping one another out, and this is just a chance for us to ask for some help to maintain that driveway. Is there any questions anyone wants to ask?
Thank you for that, councillors. Is there anything you'd like to ask, Jenny? No.
Honestly, me, they're all scared of me.
Wow, yeah. You set it up so well with Stu coming beforehand and
Very question. I think you know the answer anyway. Hello, Judy.
Hi, how are you?
Judy, this has been an ongoing issue, trying to get funding on the AMP Association ground because it's not a council reserve. I realise that it's historical and that a lot of people like yourself do a lot of good work in keeping the AMP Association up and running and having the excellent show you have there. Do you think there would ever be a time when you might think of vesting that AMP Association land and buildings to the council? Then we could pay for it all.
I think you would struggle with that in QE.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's because of the heritage history of it all.
Yeah. We tend to look after our own assets. Last year we connected with CPW to have our own water supply and, keep our grounds as immaculate as we've got a very good caretaker who is very passionate about that. Unfortunately, the last 2 years have been not the best for shows. 2 years ago was COVID. Last year, we were all set up for a really good show, and then we got the rain, and it rained, and we had a show, but by lunchtime we had to put off our jumping in the afternoon and our grand parade. Gate takings are usually between 10 and 15,000. Last year we took $695 at the gate. But we're a determined association and we'll stick together and we'll keep our show going. I think actually for the last 2 years the president was probably doomed. Yeah.
I think I know the president.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jenny.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Elizabeth.
Hi, Jenny. Just wondering, has the committee undergone having any quotes done by contractors to give an indication of what that price would have cost you guys to go ahead if that was something you were able to do?
Yes, we have. Well, there's two issues here, whether we can afford to have it just maintained at the moment, or one quote was for resealing and doing the job properly. I haven't got those quotes for me, and one of the quotes that I got was from Cord, who suggested at that stage it should be done properly and upgraded, but I'm sorry, I haven't got the quotes with me. And the other one was a quote just for maintaining it and recycling. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And some of those types of answers staff will have when we get their advice based on the submissions that we've received, which will be at the end of this process, but before we do the deliberation. So there'll be some of that detail that's come to us. Thanks, Jenny, for that presentation. Number 3. Bringing a far wider view from the Melbourne Community Board here. You're welcome to talk about QE. Probably you'll be talking about that as the real heart of the Melbourne community. Yeah, bring out your QEness. And thank you for the submission and your work that you do on the Melbourne Community Board, representing the community and particularly moving the meetings around the Melbourne area. I know that's really appreciated by the community having you turn up in their town. So it's something we're trying to do as a council as well. And so yeah, thank you for your work and leadership there. I'll hand this over.
Yeah, thank you, councillors, for listening to me. The Melbourne Community Board got together and put together our draft submissions. And if I just go through the headings quickly, recycling, it's a bone of contention in the district that all the recycling is over at Pines. It would be good to have some recycling depots out in the community, and I believe Hawkins is being looked at as a viable option for putting in a trial establishment. If that works, hopefully we'll see more of them put around the area. Pedestrian crossings, that's another one that's of concern. You've got Taste of Kiwi in Springfield and the public toilets across the other side of the road. Springfield is a busy community with all the traffic coming through from the West Coast and going over to the West Coast. They often don't slow down to the 50k they're supposed to, and I just feel that sooner or later we're going to have an incident there with cars parked on both sides of the road and somebody stepping out in front of a truck. So it would be quite good to have a pedestrian crossing with the appropriate road markings to give the drivers a sense of, yes, there could be a hazard ahead. The same thing occurs in Springfield, of course, where you've got in Sheffield, where you've got the pie shop, and in Darfield as well. Now, Darfield is a particular point of contention. I noticed one afternoon there that they had kids out there with the stick with the stop sign on it to get them across the road by Ross Street. With the primary school down there, you've got a large number of kids who come from the north side of the town. Why isn't there a pedestrian crossing there? You have a pedestrian crossing with the appropriate road markings. And I understand that these 3 crossings that we're talking about are the responsibility of Waka Kotahi, NZTA, but we should be driving it. We should be telling them it has to be done. You know, I can't see that it's a huge cost to paint some lines on the road and designate them as legal crossings. Aquatics, that's been touched on with the discussion from Mark Alexander about the Sheffield pool, the upgrades of the Darfield pool, and hopefully in the future probably a bigger and better facility in Darfield will alleviate some of the need for a Sheffield pool, but it really needs to be assessed as to what its longevity is, and I understand there are works in place to do that at the moment. In general terms of roading, Stu Bear touched on the footpath from the Kilby Tavern down to Anson Street, LED lighting at key road intersections, compulsory stops are a classic. I was going down Courtney Road to go to the service centre to get the mail and watched this lady in front of me. She went round the corner onto State Highway 73 at least 30, 40 kilometres an hour. She didn't even put her brake lights on. And yet she said, "Oh, the road was clear." I thought it was clear. Well, you know, if you've suddenly got a vehicle that's turning left into Courtenay South and somebody going west pulls out to go round it, you've got a head-on waiting to happen. So I don't know how we control that intersection any better, how we educate people. Everybody knows that stop means stop, so they tell me. But, you know, stop only means stop to some people when you can see the road's clear, and you can ignore the stop. There was an issue in Darfield, and I see that Wendy will be talking to that this afternoon with trucks parking in the side streets, particularly by the Darfield Hotel. The road there is absolutely falling apart on the well, what could be a berm, but it's a shingle pit at the moment. So she'll be talking about that. Community facilities, youth in Darfield. We're looking at trying to get a youth facility started. We're not having the problems that I see at the moment with youth that we had probably 3 years ago. I do community patrol as well, and just don't see a lot of kids on the street these days. 3 or 4 years ago, there were a lot around there, but we still need to have facilities that are aligned to youth entertainment. Darfield Jail, I'm hoping to get that going. We've been working on that for a while, getting it open every day. I'm being pestered by the daughter of one of the men that was very, very interested and involved in moving it there. So, yes. And we support the pump tracks. I'd like to just look at the Castle Hill village. There is talk about trees up there, about wilding trees. And ECAN and DOC have a policy for removal of trees that aren't native to the area, the wilding trees. And yet on council land up in Castle Hill, we've got big tall trees. Now, I'm a native tree person. Agathis australis is one of my favourite trees, which is commonly known as the kauri. And, you know, totara, Podocarpus totara, it even has a Maori name with the Latin name. And all these trees are beautiful trees and grow to good heights. Whether they would grow to the same magnitude in an alpine environment, I don't know. I'm not an arborist. But those slow growing native trees have root growth that goes deeper and clings to the ground. And you only got to go to Milford Sound to see what clinging to the side of cliffs does. You know, when you've got the amount of water that comes down and builds up around those trees with all the leaf fall and everything. And yet, you know, what happens when we have a major storm? Your radiata pine, your wilding trees, they just go over like skittles. Hawke's Bay is a classic. So if we want to foster the idea of native New Zealand trees being grown in public spaces, we've got to start with our own public spaces and remove them. And there are a lot of very tall trees in Castle Hill. In fact, there are some blue gums in Coleridge that are also causing a concern. Perfectly safe, apparently, but don't use the hall when there's a high wind. So whether that's a problem with somebody interpreting something that a council staff member or an arborist said, I don't know. But these trees, blue gums and things like that, we need to be aware that a lot of these trees aren't really conducive to the good life and are commonly known as widow makers in many cases. So, basically, I would say the Melbourne Community Board is behind me in supporting the council work and what we do, but we feel that it's our obligation to actually advise you when we see things that aren't really going to plan. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Keith, for that. Any questions from councillors on that submission? That was very clear, Ken. Thank you for that. The process for us is hearings today, deliberations end of the month, and decisions before the end of June on our next annual plan. Thank you. Alistair Joyce is the next presenter. Alistair, welcome along to the meeting. Take a seat at the front. Councillors, this is on page number 45, page 121 of today's agenda. So you're welcome to take seats. The microphones are already on there for you. Councillors have read your submission, and there's a chance now today for you to highlight anything in there or add anything that you'd like to tell us about. I hand the floor to you.
Good morning all. Mine probably won't be as straight as the previous one. But anyway, there is one thing I want to start with, and that was that our community association did put a submission in, but didn't ask to speak to it, which was a bit of an oversight. Because I said I was coming along and I would in for it. And it was on putting some red thresholds on the entrance to Portland on Springs Road, both ends of the village, which I think is sort of goes a little bit along with mine, because one end of it is where Trices Road basically starts. That's where the speed limit drops down. But my concern is with Trices Road with the speed limits, and sort of what I see is anomalies in what they are at the moment. And if everyone's probably read it, I probably don't have to go through it too much again, but there's a couple of things I did want to say, and that was went along with stop means stop that we heard before, that the intersection of Trices and Longstaffs is an extremely dangerous one. And I would say from my observations being out on the road, I know that probably only 25% of cars actually do stop. There's been some very bad accidents there. And I think I put in my submission, there was several years ago, there was a proposal to reverse the stop sign around. So it was stopping the traffic on Trices Road, much the same as what happens at Birches and Tasman. That probably would be a good start in any case. What else have I got here? Yeah, so basically, I see on Trices Road, we come off from Springs Road onto it. The first stretch up to Birches is 50, which probably goes along with the speed limit through the town, which is probably A-OK, I suppose. Then we go across the first intersection, and it goes up to 60 for a short distance up to Toswell Road. The interesting part is the first stretch from Springs, if you like, up to Birches. There's actually no traffic parked on the side of the road there. It's quite a wide open carriageway there. It's wider than what the rest of Trices Road is as you get further through. When you go through the next section from Birches to Toswell, there's quite a lot of housing there on the left-hand side there, and it's heavily populated with cars parked on the side of the road. The carriageway is quite narrow there, so particularly the heavy trucks and trailer units, they take to the side of the road, and also they are a little imposing for cars coming the other way. You want to get out of the way. They're not TK vehicles that we used to have in the 1960s, and this bit of road, I think, was sort of made for those TK vehicles, because it's, as we go across to our section, which is from Tosman through to Longstaffs, it's narrow again, and the trucks do keep coming over this. So I was going to ask the council to pay for some bladesmen right on mark and putting all the stones that I do there nowadays. The most concerning part, though, is further on the road. We do have a straight bit, but as we get around the bendy parts heading towards Horsville, that there has been recently resealed around those bends, which was a lovely job, and they spent a lot of time actually repairing the potholes but when they come to put the seal on, they didn't go right to the edge. So I just went around there yesterday, and it's not going to be long before that's full of potholes again. It's gouging out a little bit, because it's just natural to cut the corner there and go across the shingle part. There was sort of probably those bends should have been widened. with seal at the time. I don't know, but I'll just ask for you to consider the fact that what I'm asking for in my submission is not going to cost a lot of money to do. That can be looked at for some urgency, because I think, you know, on the road to zero, we need to help that by making sure our roads are safe and not looking for these accidents. I don't know, has anyone got any questions on it?
Yes, Malcolm.
Okay, I'll start got your message as we had a conversation the other day. Very well explained. I noticed the stop indicator sign's been put just a bit further down from you onto the Constable Road. Do you think it's having any effect?
I don't know. I think it'll start, when you look at it, I don't know if it does. You know, I talk about the telephones of riders that use our road, and I was thinking if you wanted to collect revenue, you would get the whole lot of them. A lot of people who ride their bikes 20 or 30 at a time, knowing you have stop signs, they all go through. And then they get in their car at the end of the ride, well, they get themselves into the habit of not going through, of not stopping at stop signs. So, you know, it may have some effect. One of the points I've got, the speed management signs, I noticed another one on the way out here. A lot of them need a bit of maintenance on them. They're not working properly. The one in Springston-Royston Road, just as you come into Royston here, it doesn't show the speed. It tells you to slow down. And I was doing 60 k's there. I was making sure I was only doing 59, but still telling me to go slow. I thought, do I stop and walk or something?
I think it's solar powered and they struggle in grade 8.
Yeah, well, might do that because there's a few of them that are a bit like that, yeah.
Well, thank you. I do believe that Constable Road, Trisus Road intersection's due for a bit of work. I think we've got it scheduled for work.
Very odd angle there. Very odd angle.
Dangerous for those people. Yeah. But thank you for your speed indication. I think we need to get a uniform across the place and drop it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alistair.
Cheers. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Alistair, for that. And we'll now break for morning tea. Oh, sorry, Alistair. Yeah, I think they would like to ask something. Sorry, so thanks. Yeah.
I was going to ask for just open morning tea if you've got raw sausage rolls. We'll give you morning tea. Sorry,
Yeah, I just want to say support. It's great to have somebody supporting a review of speed limits, because quite often we get told that that's not okay. But I just on in terms of the speed indicator devices, I just wanted to say, actually, most of them are built now so that they don't tell you how fast you're going, because they found too many people trying to see how big a number they could get on the screen.
Oh,
so that's what it tells you to slow down rather than actually telling you how fast you're going.
Cheers, that's no way.
Thanks, Sophie. Cheers.
Thanks, Alistair. Just one quick question. It's the use of Longstaff's Road through to Hallswell. Have you seen an increase in heavy trucking, trailer, and vehicles actually using that as a bypass due to Springs Road?
Yeah, well, and that's my concern too. If we're going to drop the speed limit through Prevalent, I'm not saying further down to 30. You're going to get more and more traffic actually using our road as a means to get to the city. We're already getting it now because there's, you know, I put my traffic movements in there. And I did ask the question about Trent Road being wide and wondered why it had priority over our road when the traffic movements on that road are actually less than what our section of road is. I obviously know there must be reasons to link it up with Shands, etc., the riding of that, etc. But I just wanted to bring it to the attention that we're noticing these things. Yeah.
Thanks, Alistair. That does conclude the session, and we'll now have morning tea. Come and join us, and we will rejoin our next submission as we need some more at 10:50.
Oh, Next speaker, submission number 68, 8110. Please go to the front of the room. The microphone, the right hand side, press it once and it turns it on. Thank you for your submission and for coming in this morning to tell us a bit more. I'll hand the floor for you. No.
Right, working now.
Yes.
Get my left and right to start off with. Right, so thank you for listening to my submission. I think probably a few of the people here have heard me before, as this is my third submission. My concern is the no public toilets on State Highway 73 in Curlee. My name's Vanessa Moore. I'm the manager of the Curlee Challenge and have been there for over 25 years, and I'm also a Curlee community member for over 45 years. The closest public toilet is the Curlee Reserve in High Street, 2 streets away from the State Highway 73. After my last submission a year ago, I was advised that there was going to be signage, more signage that was going to be put up on the main highway. Currently, there is one sign which is on the corner of Tramway Road and High Street, and it's just the normal small square sign with the male, female with the line down the middle. It's very hard to see from State Highway 73 as you're coming from Darfield. You pretty much get past it and hit the challenge, and then you realise, well, you can't see any signs for the toilet, so that's where they're coming in and asking us. Coming from Christchurch heading west, you cannot see the sign until you're literally right on it, and then it's too late to be trying to make a manoeuvre and turn off. So I think that, so I'm not sure what's happened between now and my last submission because nothing has been done with the signage, which makes it really hard for us. I think if signage is going to be put on the state highway, it needs to be where you can see it. So when you're driving, your peripheral vision, you're looking, if you're coming from Darfield to see the signage, you actually have to turn to the left to see it. If you don't, you've driven past it. And coming from the other way, there's on the corner of Courtney Road and the main West Coast Road, or the state highway, there's no signage whatsoever coming from Christchurch. So if there was something there, then that would direct people to turn off. By the time they get to where we are on the main highway, they are busting to go to the toilet. They come in and ask us. We advise 3 options for the toilets, which is the Curlee Reserve, and we give them directions to turn back. Travelling west to Darfield, we tell them that there's toilets up there, and travelling east, the West Melton, which used to be the Domain, but is now the new block that's been erected. The 3 responses we get from these people, one of the main ones is my staff get abused by them because they want to know why we can't give them our toilet, whereas the public toilet, which is not okay. I have had it happen to myself, but I also hear it all the time. The other thing is they say thank you, they go across the road and they either urinate or do their business behind the bushes. We see this quite regularly. There's also the water race there, the main water race that runs down. We have witnessed people urinating in the water race. The trees there's quite a bit of shrubs and bushes around there and trees. The trees have been cut back, but there's still a lot of places for people to go and use the toilet or use the reserve as a toilet. When they come in, it's not practical for them to go to the reserve. A lot of them are truck drivers. They're not customers. I need to make it clear that 95% of them are not customers to us. They're actually just stopping on their travels through. And it's they want to use the toilet immediately. They don't want to spend, I say it's a 3-minute drive. Well, by the time you turn your car around and go round and turn left, turn right and turn left and then right again, it probably does add up to 3 minutes. So, as we all know, if you need to go to the toilet, you need to go in a hurry, not in the 3-minute time. The daily average from my last submission has increased, as we're well aware that there's more travellers now that COVID's passing or passed. So there is a lot more tourists on the road, people travelling, families travelling, moving around. So the average, we kept a scale at work of people coming in. So the average is 2 to 4 people per day, and this can increase to 7 to 8 people, especially on the weekends, because there's a lot of people moving around and going different distances. And yeah, as I said before, these aren't our customers that are coming in and purchasing fuel. They're actually people that are travelling through. And as you know, truck drivers, truck and trailer unit, they pull up. Well, yeah, they're not going to want to turn around and go another distance to use the toilet or manoeuvre their truck. The Fowler Reserve, which is opposite us, is a beautiful reserve. It is very well looked after. We do see quite a few people stopping there. There's picnic tables. There's where you take a safe break while you're travelling. Go and have a sit, have some afternoon tea, morning tea, whatever. Sometimes they will come and buy something, buy an ice cream and go and sit over there. Then they need to use the toilet. Well, there's nothing there. So once again, this is where we're seeing quite a few people just going and using the bushes. We've also seen toilet paper. I park my vehicle over that side of the road every day. Quite often I do see toilet paper blowing around, and it's, yeah, not very nice. My concern is how the toilets are prioritised in the Selwyn area, and why Kuwi is not a priority. And as you're aware, I have been here for the last 3 years trying to push for it, and it's been a problem for quite a few years, but I think it's just getting, there's a lot more demand for having a public toilet. Yes, there's 2 blocks of toilets in Darfield, and there's the newly built one in West Melton that has 3 unisex toilets and 1 wheelchair toilet, you know, which is great. And you see it as soon as you're driving into West Melton. I don't even know if there's any signs, but you see it. It's one of the first things you see. You see the community centre as you come in, but you also see the toilets. So obviously that's encouraging people to stop. But when they get to Kuwi, if there was more signage, yes, they wouldn't be coming in to bother us, and we wouldn't be receiving the flack from them. So I think that's probably one thing that we are really struggling with, and yeah, be good to have that. We're not asking for a big toilet block. If funds aren't available, you know, one unisex toilet, 1 wheelchair toilet is fine. It doesn't need to be a big block like West Melton. It just needs to be a public toilet. And I don't think we need to be fussy about what it is. It's just a toilet that's required. There's plenty of room for a toilet block to be erected on the Fowler Reserve. And as we're aware, in my last submission, this was in the plan, it was just about to happen. Well, now that wastewater surge pipe has now been installed alongside the highway. So, you know, there's no extra cost required for that installation, I believe. It's already there, and it just needs a toilet built and hooked up. It's a perfect place, the Fowler Reserve, I feel, because it's right there in the middle of the Kuwi Strait, the Kuwi highway that goes through opposite us. There's parking already available there, and that is used when people stop to use the picnic table area. And there's also an information area there, so no extra car parking or anything will be required. There's rubbish bins there, the picnic tables. So, after my last submission, I was informed that there was funding that would be applied in the next round of the tourism funding. That was a year ago. I haven't heard anything more. I haven't had any updates. I'm not sure where the progress is. You know, my question is, I am asking, is it still in the pipeline? Is the funding been applied and it's just waiting to be accepted? I think the 3 main things to consider at the end of my submission here is the demand for public toilets from travellers and tourists. We want to keep New Zealand beautiful and clean. We want to keep Kuwi clean. And we've got that beautiful reserve that has been abused by people because there's a toilet option is not available. And also the abuse that my staff are having to deal with. As I said, it's not okay. We don't need to be spoken to like that, but it's pretty hard when someone is wanting to use the toilet and we don't have that option. At our service station, we do have toilets around the back. But from a health and safety point of view, we can't have people going around and using our toilets. The gate is closed for a reason. So it is only for our staff. And, yes, if there's someone that's got young children, that will totally let them use it, because we all know what happens with children if they have to told to wait for 3 minutes. And that's the main requirements for a toilet, for putting in a public toilet are already there, with that sewage and wastewater pipe that's already been erected. So I feel that, yes, it is going to be an expense, but maybe not as big of an expense if you're starting from scratch. So, yeah, thank you for listening again. And, yeah, I look forward to hearing back from that.
Thank you, Vanessa, for that. And you made a compelling case for the toilets to be there. They are currently in the next round of tourism funding. We do want to have them there. And when we hear back from staff, based on all the submissions, we'll hear back around the signage and the things that you've raised here today that Murray will feed back to us. So we appreciate you coming in, Lydia, and then Sophie.
Hi, Vanessa. Thank you for coming in. Do you think that people would use the public toilets that are currently provided if better signage was installed?
Yes, I think that would help the situation while we're waiting to get a public toilet on the main highway.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in again, and I totally appreciate and support your submission, to be honest. In terms of, you mentioned longer vehicles like trucks and everything else, and that, like you say, it's not appropriate to ask them to go down to the reserve through the township. So I'm just wondering, in terms of if they are headed towards along State Highway 73 towards West Melton, would you still be okay with them sort of pulling over on your side of the road if they're crossing over to use those toilets there? Just because obviously that's a bit of an issue sometimes for a petrol station if there's a truck and trailer unit parked up, but
yeah,
rather than them having to pull over.
Yeah, we do have a lot of parking outside the service station on both sides of the road. And it has been, it's all sealed on, well, if you're coming from Christchurch to Dartford on the left-hand side, there's a bus shelter, there's a seat there. So there's a big area there for trucks to pull over. Going the other way, yes, there's lots of room. The Christchurch side of our service station, which we also own, there's a rental property there, but there's a big area out the front, shingle area, which cars are parked, but there's lots of room for trucks to pull over, truck and trailers. And it's for that reason, for big vehicles that they can pull off the road safely. So I don't see, and also leading the right side, the Dartford side of the service station, there's quite a big sealed area as well as you're coming in, so they could park there and go straight across the road. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for that clarification. We in advance we talking through this back into C and back into the party concern.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
The next submitter is Marie Gray from the Summit Road Society. Marie is online, and this is submission number 101, page 260 in our agendas today. Marie, thank you for joining us, and thank you for the submission that you've already given to us. We've got 10 minutes now to be able to hear from you, and councillors may have some questions as well. I trust you can hear us okay. And I'll hand the meeting over to you.
Thank you for bearing with me on Zoom. I have internet connection. I'm in my car. I'm just supporting a tangi, so I've just popped out to come. Internet connection is too unstable. I can turn my video off too. So please let me know if it freezes.
Turn your video off, that would be helpful. It's just breaking up a little bit. We haven't seen you at a tangi in your car, and so we'll be listening intently, but just turn your video off. Thank you.
So is that better? Can everyone hear me better?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you for bearing with me. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Summit Road Society. I'm sure most of you know the Summit Road Society. We own and manage 4 reserves on the Port Hills, including Omahu Bush, which is within the Selwyn district, and we lead and manage predator-free Port Hills, and we have a big project underway in Taitapu from kind of the edge of Horswell out to Gebbies Pass. So just speaking to our submission, really pleased to see the ecological enhancement targeted rate planned for in this annual plan, because that provides an additional source of money to put into these important projects at catchment level. For us, one of our priorities is ecological restoration of the Port Hills, and our long-term vision is to restore the gully systems. The gully systems are the best place to start. We are most likely to have success, and they are also what is going to have the biggest impact in terms of resilience to heavy rain events, to climate change, and also improving the water quality. So I'd just like to really highlight Te Kākahu Kahukura, which is a landscape scale control project which aims to restore and connect 1,000 hectares of bush on the southern Port Hills, including a great deal of land within the Selwyn area. And just around the importance of investing in these projects, because they are actually going to save us a lot of money later on. When you have major landslips, they start to impact people's houses, people's livelihoods. The more we can build our resilience now, the better for the future. We, of course, have a very intensive predator control program underway at Oamahu Bush, and we continue to grow that. And we're working really well with the neighbours at Taitapu. We're really excited about our Taitapu project. Last year we ran a workshop in Otahuna and track building days in Taitapu Township in Otahuna. And we've gone from a project with just a handful of people to now, a community of trappers in the Taitapu area. Feral pigs and deer remain an issue on the southern Port Hills. We have practically eliminated them out of Oamahu Bush thanks to our big deer fence. But of course, it is a wider issue affecting a number of landowners on actually both sides of the Port Hills. Thank you to the council for your involvement with Peace Free Banks Peninsula, in particular funding the traps in the buffer zone at Taumutu. No doubt they have spoken directly themselves, but they are achieving some significant wins in the predator control space, including eliminated hedgehogs from a section of Kaitoriti for the first time on New Zealand mainland. We are a huge fan of the Selwyn Natural Environment Fund. We have been the recipients of that on a number of occasions. That's what contributed towards our program at Oamahu with the defencing and the feral ungulate control. And we hope that the ecological enhancement target rate may provide an opportunity to increase that fund. We continue to work with staff around access from Taitapu. We've got some plans underway in order to provide some opportunity for people to go from the bottom up to the Summit Road and into Oamahu Bush. And just want the council to sort of make sure that the resourcing that's required for them in terms of staff time and signage is kind of on the radar. Lastly, the Selwyn District Council has been an ongoing supporter of the Summit Road Society for many years. And in the last couple of years has provided $5,000 a year, plus the SNEF Oamahu feral ungulate support. And 3/4 of that has been allocated to the reserve maintenance for Oamahu Bush and 1/4 to predator-free Port Hills Taitapu. The truth is the scale of the work that's required is pretty extensive, and that money is a huge help, but it's not nearly enough. So we'd like to ask the council to consider doubling that to 10,000, and that would enable us to really ramp up our efforts, especially with the predator-free Taitapu program. We provide subsidised traps, we run trap building days, community workshops, a range of support to actually get that end of Taitapu from Gibbs Pass to have landscape scale predator control. That is our ultimate goal, and working hand in hand with Te Kākahu Kahukura around the restoration as well. So that's everything from me. Thank you for your patience with my Zoom, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the information and for the work that you do and partner with us for our community. Really appreciate that. Coming up, we've got a Selwyn predator-free initiative that we're wanting to bring groups together that are working across our district, and so you'll be receiving an invite to think about how we can do more of that together and share advice with one another about predator-free initiatives currently happening. Councillors, are there questions that we've got of that submission? Elizabeth, yes?
Hi, thanks for that really good presentation. Just a question around the access from Taitapu to Summit Road. Just wanted to know who that access is going to be, you're hoping to make that available for. You're talking about with the goats. Are the goats currently, is that something that you've got people from the community hunting, or how is that part of the eradication plan? Thanks.
Yeah, so the access from Taitapu from the valley floor it will be intended to be for the public. So we're just working on a plan to make that happen. In terms of goats, so goats are captured by the feral goat program that Pest-Free Banks Peninsula is running, and they will be expect to eliminate all feral goats from the Port Hills and, well, you know, that end of the Port Hills and the peninsula by the end of this year. So it's quite a significant program of work that's been underway under Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. Feral pigs and deer, there are strategies underway on them, but sometimes recreational hunters, especially, it is hard because recreational hunters often can disperse the animals as opposed to get them all, if you know what I mean. And so sometimes actually people going in and hunting can help a little bit because it takes out a few animals, but in the long run it doesn't actually help. So that's why it has to be under this sort of planned strategy to remove them from particular areas. And so under Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, there's various work underway to work with communities on that in a planned targeted approach. At Omahu, we have got a big fence around it and have engaged professional cullers to eliminate the animals from there.
Sorry, in terms of the public access, I meant is that in terms of cyclists, on foot, vehicle access, that sort of thing?
No, not vehicles. At this stage, it's just on foot. There may or may not be discussions on mountain biking, but there's certainly no mountain biking permitted for Omahu Bush and not vehicles. So it's likely to be just on foot for walkers.
Well, thank you for that. Next question is from Sophie.
Kelly, thank you very much. I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time out for it, Tony. We really appreciate it because that's quite a big deal. But thank you also for all the work you and the Summit Road Society do. Cheers.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Marie, for that. We've got David Miller from Pest-Free Banks Peninsula joining us later in the day with another submission in support of some of the things you've been saying. So yeah, we appreciate, as Sophie said, taking the time out today. Council will be making decisions on this at the end of the month and notifying the community before the end of June. So yeah, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you.
Councillors, we'll now move to receiving further written submissions. Yes, was Graham is now withdrawn and David Miller is due at 11:40. It gives us 25 minutes now to receive our written submissions. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So turn your attention to submission number 63, which is submitter is Nathan Hawke on behalf of Arana Wildlife Park. I do indeed. I'll tell you in a minute. 176. Thank you very much. 176. No, submission 63 is the one we're looking for. So it is. I'm on 64, so 63 is 163, Phil. So the submission is a request for Arana Wildlife Park to be recognised as a key regional asset for long-term Selwyn District Council operational funding support through the inclusion of $250,000 in operation funding support for Arana in our annual plan budget. Submission says that for over 46 years, Arana Wildlife Trust has operated Arana Wildlife Park, an internationally recognised zoo and Canterbury icon attraction. The trust budget for 22-23 has been managed on the expenditure only. And what they need is a minimum of 1.5 mil per annum of operational funding support to ensure the ongoing future financial sustainability of Orana Wildlife Park, asking that we contribute 250 of that. Submission refers to the risks of not securing increased operational funding, which include deferred maintenance, the attraction of specialised staff, financial sustainability. They note that the results of their visitor survey for 2023 illustrate that 7.4 of all respondents live in Selwyn, and the park attracts up to 160,000 visitors per day. And the submission concludes by inviting council and the issues, and they'll be in touch through myself and our secretariat to consider possible dates. Submission 64, Nancy
Can I
Wright.
just ask, they said they wanted to appear in person, so did they
No.
not book? They
Yeah.
did in the end? Okay,
Yeah.
just checking there, just notes. Thank you.
Submitter 64 is Nancy Wright. Nancy says as a rural ratepayer in Melbourne Ward, we would like to see provision for recycling depots in some of the towns around the area, i.e. Darfield, Springfield, etc. That would allow rural landholders that do not get their rubbish collected on curbside collection to be able to recycle without having to make a trip to Rolleston to Pines. 65, Murray Urquhart, same wording. Submission 66 and 67, presenting later today, 68. In fact, 67 is our next presenter. 68 is Vanessa Moore, who spoke about 10 minutes ago. Submitter 69, Peter Montgomery, says yes to support for the plan. In his submission, he says, I feel that Castle Hill, which is a very important area for the district, should get some more attention. In particular, the proposal to have the area as a dark sky nature reserve should be supported. And he says he'd like to see council allocate some funds to contribute to the upkeep of recreation facilities, particularly biking and walking tracks. 70, we heard from Alex earlier this morning. 71, Philip Strang on Perryman's Road says, I anticipate the sealing of Perryman's Road will result in greater volume and increased speed of traffic. Request consideration be given to closing Perryman's State Highway intersection off to vehicular traffic. 72, details withheld. Commentary states the proposed new flyover interchange is going to ruin our town. Asked why spend so much money on community centres in small locations like Leeston when you build larger centres in towns not too far away. Goes on to say, I can't imagine the one in Leeston ever recovering anywhere near the building costs during its life cycle. Submission 72, as you were, submission 73. Hill matters. Would like council to prioritise funding for extending the village hall, transitioning the area to dark sky.
David, I'll get you to do 3 more, and then David Miller and the Pestfeed Banks Peninsula submission here. So we'll come to you after 3 more of these.
Yeah. Best of those 3 is from Nikki Jacobs, supports the plan, Castle Hill extension to the hall, and also comments the tennis court is in regular use and is a wonderful asset. Resurfacing would enhance the village. Talks about the water at Castle Hill Village having some major problems last winter with the water being unavailable too many times. Says STC is allowing new development within Castle Hill Village and must ensure all infrastructure is in place for residents. Submission 75 is Andrew Scott. Again, progression towards Castle Hill becoming a dark sky community. Extension of the village wall, resurfacing of the tennis court, and the third of the 3 I'm doing. Tim Ogle is submitter 76. As a Castle Hill resident, I would like STC to prioritise progression towards a dark sky community, children's playground equipment, extension of the village wall, and resurfacing of the tennis court. Mr. Mayor.
Great, David, thank you for that. Pestry, thanks so much. Thanks for being here a little bit early. I understand you were halfway through a cup of tea and you've changed into the room, so that works well for our timetable today. So you can see on the fly.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and tēnā koutou katoa, everybody. It's wonderful to be back in your council chamber. I want to make an initial and special shout out to the wonderful colleague at the door who kindly supplied coffee for myself and for John. And I'd like to introduce John Williamson. John is the team leader for Pestry Banks Peninsula based on Kaiteriti. So he's been leading all the work with Tamutu and with the Birdlings Flat community. And so I'm really happy John's here because he and his team deserve all the credit for the great work that was reported in the written submission. I'm not going to repeat the written submission. I thought it would be better if we could have a conversation about how it's going after 3 years of intensive preparation, and we're getting fully into the implementation phase. So again, my name's David Moore. I'm the chair of the program management group for Pestry Banks Peninsula. It's wonderful to be able to give you an update on progress rather than anticipated progress. And I'll just speak to 2 or 3 points before handing over to John. The first is we're very grateful to Selwyn District Council. You've been a signatory right from the get-go on Pestry Banks Peninsula. Your support means a great deal to us, and you've been able to top up small parcels of financial support at critical times for the project. Thank you very much for that. We think we would request respectfully that you do a bit more in that regard. The project is initially a 5-year project, but the clue is in the title of our ecological vision, which is the sort of umbrella view of development of biodiversity on the peninsula as a whole. It goes to 2050. So our funding runs out in 2025. We're hoping at that stage Selwyn would see its way clear to uplift its contributions or upscale its contributions to the project, particularly as we now see the added value of the project really coming through. I also want to thank Selwyn District Council staff. We're very, very superbly well supported with your colleagues on the project management group and POG, the project oversight group, where we just, we couldn't do it without you guys. We're very grateful for everything you bring to the table. But as I say, we're planting the seed. We need to see more going forward. This is a social project fundamentally, which has the byproduct of fabulous benefits for biodiversity and thereby for the broader population. Now, with that, I'll hand over to John. And John, can you just please give us all an update on what's been happening lately?
Thanks, David. So, yeah, as David said, we've been spending quite a lot of time in preparation over the last couple of years. Now we're really starting to ramp things up. We often talk about we don't want to be talking about body counts. It's not about dead animals, but everyone likes to see some numbers of dead pests. So I was just seeing this morning that we've just about hit 100 weasels since we started, which it's a lot of predators that have been taken out of that environment. So I think it's quite a nice little milestone. Not to mention all the hundreds of hedgehogs and feral cats and rats and what else are we after there? Stoats and ferrets. So we've proven that what we're doing works. But as I said, what you really want to see is an outcome in terms of biodiversity. So when I'm down in places like Taumutu working with the local community there, they often tell me that they see more birds now than they've ever seen before. They talk about bitterns that they haven't had in there for a long time or haven't seen them or been aware of them, more kiro. So for me personally, that's what I want to see. I want to see the local people in the area telling me that what we're doing is working, not just numbers of animals that we've killed. Just as a little, I think my role here really is to give you a little bit more of a flavour of what it's like on the ground, what we're doing. So I was just thinking actually a typical day, for me, it's not been here, it's actually been out in Kaiteriti. So my colleague is out there at the moment. So his day started by checking the server of our Celium network that we've got set up out there. So we've got hundreds of traps with nodes on. So they're sitting there waiting to tell us when they've been triggered. We don't have to go there and trawl through hundreds of traps looking for ones that have gone off. They're live traps, so we have to go and check them every day. So Gator will go and check on the server this morning which traps have gone off. And so he's got half a dozen traps to go and check this morning. He doesn't know what he's going to get. Might be a feral cat, might be a weasel, might be a hedgehog, which is quite a nice, exciting way to start your day. You just don't know what little treasure you're going to find out there. His next step will be to deploy a whole lot of DOC 150 traps. We're starting to spread them out in the environment. Again, they're noded as well, which is kind of a fairly new idea as well, that rather than just putting these traps out and coming back in a month's time and seeing what you've got there, we'll know straight away when those traps have gone off, go in there, clear whatever's there, and then those traps will be back in action. So I think that's working really well for us, this constant kind of servicing the traps, keeping them active, keeping them working all the time. It allows us to cover a bigger area. So far we've sort of been concentrating on about 500 hectares down at the Taumuru end, but we're starting to now ramp that up, roll forward like a big rolling front. I was going to say bulldozer, but that's probably not the right word. But rolling front. So we're moving into new territory all the time, and then we're protecting what we've cleared already.
We've had proof of concept with that. You know, this is a very big science experiment as well as a social project. And do you want to talk about the proof of the rolling front concept as demonstrated by the recent pulse trapping, for example?
Yeah, so
reinvasion.
David's referring to the basically we did some cat leg holding and we did some leg hold trapping for hedgehogs as well. But the idea is that we're not seeing hedgehogs now in this area that we've been trapping intensively for the last year. We've got cameras out. So we've got cameras where we've trapped and where we haven't trapped. We see hedgehogs running around all over the place on the cameras out ahead of us. We see no hedgehogs behind us. We've got Karen and her hedgehog dog now. That is even more sensitive. I mean, a camera sits there waiting for an animal to come along. Karen with her dog, that dog will find any hedgehog that's in that environment, and she's finding none. And the leg holds then as well. If you can't catch a hedgehog in a leg hold, generally that means they're not there. So as a proof of concept, we're pretty happy that what we're doing, live trapping, removing these hedgehogs is working. We've got a problem obviously with reinvasion all the time. I mean, as you all know, the lake has been open briefly, closed again now. Things do start coming through from Taumuru again. Stopping that reinvasion, a lot of that is working with the Taumuru community to get them to reduce the pressure of all those things that are trying to come out onto Kaiteriti. There's a lot of feral cats down there, for instance. We've got some pretty passionate people who are involved in trying to remove those cats and all the other predators. If they do make it out of Taumuru towards Kaiteriti, we've then got the active fence that we've put up. It's not a predator-proof fence. That's just a nice idea, but unaffordable, and that environment, it would just be destroyed in the next storm. So what that really is just an intensive array of traps. Any animal that's coming through from Taumuru looking to get out to Kaiteriti for a feed on the lizards and bird life out there has to make its way through a line of traps. So there's a good chance we'll catch them there. We have the same issue, obviously, from the birdling splatting. So we've just started to develop a bit of a buffer with volunteers at that side. We've just taken over a line of City Council, Crossview City Council traps that were being they're there. But as I said, unless you can really service these traps pretty regularly, they just don't work that well. They catch something, and then that trap's finished. It's not going to catch anything else for the next till you come back. These traps, which was great for me with the volunteer that I had with me, she's just starting to get into trapping, and suddenly she's finding weasels in traps and rats and cats and hedgehogs, and you know, it you can see the passion was already there. This is exciting. This is fun. We're actually achieving something here. So it was nice to see. So we want to do more of that, develop more of the local Berlin's Flat population who want to get into that trapping and start really working hard there.
David and John, we're coming to the end of our time with you. I'm just wondering if there's some other things you'd like to share with us. It's very interesting. Are there some other bits you haven't touched on that you'd like to make sure we hear?
How do you think it matters?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not just, I said it's not body counts, it's biodiversity, but the end result of having the better biodiversity is things like that's good for the climate resilience of Selwyn District. It's good for the people's mental health. I mean, everyone likes more bird life, more biodiversity, more native animals. That's just good for everybody. I think one of the things I've really noticed in Taumuri particularly is that the relationship that the local people have with the agencies is much better now that they see money coming in and doing something useful for their perception right in front of them. They can see the benefits that the agencies are doing for them. So I think that's a positive thing.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the submission to us today. One of the things we've been thinking about is what does pest-free Selwyn start to look like, and how do we connect with all the different groups that are doing amazing work across our district to think about sharing of advice, understanding the stories, and sharing the passion that you've obviously got for your project across the other groups that are currently operating within the district. So that'll be a continuing conversation for us over the next 12 months.
We're having a multi-group hui on the 24th of May, I think it is. So we hope you can be there, or that Pest-free Selwyn can be there, because it would be great if our thinking was joined up, as you said, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Elizabeth's question.
Hi, just curious, how far do rats migrate? And my other question is, do you from time to time do some trapping around other parts of the lake, for example, Embankment Road and things, just to try and reduce that migration pattern?
I just point out, first of all, rats are not actually one of our target species for this project, just because they are a much different level of intensity that you need to focus in on them, because their home ranges are so small. Yeah, they do obviously travel distances, but they'll live in a very small area, and so you've got your amount of trapping you need to do is just so much more intensive. But we do catch them as bycatch, I guess you could say. Yeah. But we're concentrating on Kaiteriti at the moment. I mean, there is other groups doing trapping around Te Wahura as well, and but yeah, most for us it's just on Kaiteriti at the moment.
Interesting fact: a hedgehog can swim for up to 1 kilometre. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So, and I think we're finding these remarkable little bits of information the more we develop the project.
Lydia.
Hi, I'm Lydia Glidden. I sit on the pod group for Pest-free Banks Peninsula. And I was just thinking, if Selwyn launched a pest-free initiative, do you see that being beneficial to Banks Peninsula pest-free?
Absolutely. Yes, how could it not be? And I think if you did launch a pest-free initiative, you've got a lot of learnings that you can take from Pest-free Banks Peninsula to inform your own work. It's like having an adrenaline injection at the start of your project. So one of our intentions is to ensure that all of our learnings from this project are in the public domain, that everybody can benefit from the experiences that we've gone through. We've been talking around Kaiteriti, but we've been learning such a lot in the extended wild side in the north and the eastern bays of Banks Peninsula on so many different things. we have developed a world-class GIS monitoring program that all of the other projects in Predator Free New Zealand's purview will be able to adopt and make benefit of. So our sort of citizen science project is doing really well in that regard. And yeah, you've got a lot you can take out of this project if you wish.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Great, thank you both for your time coming in, and hope you enjoy some sunshine this afternoon back out on the spit if you make it, John. Yeah, appreciate the submission. We'll be making decisions at the end of the month and notifying them before the end of June. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, David, if we can now go through to the end of the submissions. Thank you.
Right, councillors, we are on page 205 of the diligent agenda. And on that page, you'll find submission 77 from Chris Burke. Makes a number of comments. First one is replace the culverts at Coesford with larger ones and raise the height of the road so it's not as bad when it does flood. Also suggest we clear the drain out at Coesford. Change the wildflower bed at Foster Park with different bulbs, continue replanting trees in native areas in Liffey Domain, north and south. For the LTP, it would be great to include rejuvenation work on the district war memorials. Says, can you please look at updating the paving at Clock Tower in Rolleston to match the new town centre paving? And final comment, selling the front of Prebleton Cemetery and addressing the service flooding along the frontage. Submitter 78 is Paul Howson. I would like to see Castle Hill Hall extended, tennis court resurfaced. Says he's also keen to see the dark sky area created in Castle Hill. 79 is John Fink, also strongly supports Castle Hill Hall extension and tennis court resurfacing, and strongly supports moving to have the village designated as a night sky area. Submitter 80 is Sam Manel, same comments. Says there are currently no projects in Castle Hill Village, progression towards dark sky community, extension to the village hall, resurfacing the tennis court. 81 Rebecca Manel, same commentary and same issues. Submission 82, no name. Can we not have the word library on the outside of the building, even if it is also a community centre? The water pressure at Farringdon during the summer is frustrating, when I would like to water my garden and lawns in under 30 minutes instead of 2 hours. I'd like to see the following in Rolleston, an arts centre with a gallery, pool and gym membership for people with a green subscription card, a mural fund like that which is available in Christchurch, widen Selwyn Road, and a designated native bush and tree area with walking tracks in Rolleston. And finally, it would be great to see a petrol station on the Farringdon side of Rolleston, as it adds to our journey to drive through the township to access on the other side. Submission 83 is Rupert Tipples for the Springston Community Committee. Says, please could we have rubbish and recycling bins tidily installed in the old library reserve by Leaston Road by the dairy. Polly Miller is submitter 74, 84 in fact. Yes, she supports the draft annual plan. Says thank you very much, and please add some areas of focus and spending for the growing Castle Hill Village, extending the hall, resurfacing the tennis court, dark sky reserve as well. Colette Doughty, the submitter 85, supports the plan, Castle Hill projects for hall, tennis court and night sky area. 86, we've heard from Ken May. 87, Rebecca Skeen has no preference on the plan, but comments, I wonder if a review can be given to the playground and basketball court next to Four Square in Darfield. The playground is quite small for Darfield's main playing area. And further comments, the basketball court is old and many of the teens get driven to West Melton to use their hoopers. This one is no good. 88, we've heard from Mark Alexander. 89, Connor Boyd on Castle Hill matters, Dark Sky Community, Village Hall and resurfacing the tennis court. Submission 90 is Ralph Brown to the Greendale Residents Association. Says the Residents Committee was formed during a well-attended public meeting in 2022. We see our role as working with council and independently to improve the quality of life for all residents in the Greendale district. Requests they have for the annual plan, realignment of Adams Road, Greendale Road intersection. Says we see the current Y-shaped intersection as a hazard. Says the hazard is in the right-hand fork. It tempts motorists wanting to turn right to take the right-hand fork where they could easily collide with traffic turning left from Greendale Road. Goes on to say council could also monitor the vegetation at the intersection to ensure that the visibility is maintained. Signs for closed fords during flooding and a security camera for the Greendale domain. Said we would need signs indicating the cameras were operating to ensure they provided a deterrent to anybody who might be entering the domain for the wrong reasons. Petra Watson is submitter 91, refers to Dark Sky Community in Castle Hill, extension of the hall and resurfacing of the tennis court. Submitter 92 is Diane Colbeck. Diane says council should deal with necessary items such as water, stormwater and roading and not on luxury items such as community centres, skate parks, playgrounds, none of which I use. 93 is Alison Rosanowski, who says it's time Darfield had a local waste management service and the Hawkins dump is ideally situated. Again, this facility will reduce traffic emissions. Alison talks about the Darfield swimming pool. She says Darfield needs a new covered pool. This facility would cut down traffic emissions of both families and older residents travelling to the covered, warmer, all year round facility in Rolleston. Alison talks about our Sister City Committee. She says prior to COVID, the allocation was $10,000 per year plus annual inflation. Now there's 3 years inflation to catch up on. The committee was happy to accept grants of $5,000 and conserve expenditure during the COVID border closed years. She says a Sister City garden in Rolleston has been on the annual plan for several years, and this year's funds for planning will be required. And goes on to say, well, council funds the Sister City Committee, much of the activity is led by volunteers. Submitter 94, Alan Anderson does not agree with the level of rates increase, suggests that council could defer some projects that were not planned for the year. Graham Jacobs is submitter 65, supports the plan. Council supports Castle Hill, Dark Sky Community, the Village Hall and the tennis court. Hugh Mingard is 96. Hugh says it's great to see continued improvements in the transport network. I'm particularly pleased to see more dedicated cycleways being constructed between townships and to see that finally the Lincoln Main Street development is making a start. He says my concerns, which may already be in plan but not specifically mentioned, are to do with pedestrian access. Says also Westbelt has a chicane at the entry to Te Whauriki, which is quite scary for pedestrians as cars drive straight towards the pavement until the last moment with no barrier. Please get on and put a pedestrian crossing at the Lincoln Library. Submitter 98 is Odisha Boyd, talks about Castle Hill Village and raises the same issues as previous submitters in terms of night sky. 99 has been spoken to later this afternoon. Submission 100, name withheld, supports the plan and said council asked council to look at a greater proportion of general rates to be recovered via higher uniform annual charge. Murray Gray for the Summit Road Society is speaking to submission, as is Terry Anderson 102. 103, name withheld, supports the plan, asks for more work on pedestrian routes. And please, can we have a pedestrian crossing between Lincoln Library and the shops opposite? That was promised around 2015 and has not yet been done. Submitter goes on to say the population has grown a lot and there are now even more people, many with children, who want to cross there, and it's getting increasingly dangerous because of the increased traffic volumes. Fiona McDonald is submitter 104. Fiona says the Village Hall extension and tennis court are top priorities for Castle Hill, and they've been on the agenda for a number of years and have never been done, and now appear to have been dropped altogether. Submission 105. It says Solwara and Christchurch region require sustainable growth and greater community consultation in the process. We're not in favour of rapid growth as we've seen in Selwyn. It's resulted in urban sprawl. The submitter says we do not need increased water supply to rural areas for the purpose of supplying new, unsustainable piecemeal subdivisions in the Outer Plains Rural Production Zone, instead only for increasing the availability of potable water to existing long-term users who are undersupplied and require it for their own residential or productive purposes in the rural zone. 106 is a speaker. 107 is Emma Stead on behalf of the Springfield Community Association. She says Springfield welcome sign at the eastern and western approaches of the township. We would like council to consider assisting with some of the costs for the signage with an investment of $10,000 towards the total required, and that total is approximately 20k. Additional funds are being sought to assist with the project from elsewhere. On the subject of the Springfield pump track development and planning, Emma says as presented to council last year, we're still passionately forging ahead with our planning of the pump track at Tuera Reserve. In order to progress this further, at these initial stages, we're seeking our investment from council of 5k to assist with the initial plan development, liaising with relevant stakeholders and further grant seeking. And concludes by saying, there's an attached brochure as well. Submitter 108, there was no comments and indicated no preference around the plan. Submission 109 opposes the rate increase. It was Ivan Robertson. Submission 110 is Neville Jones. Neville says the portion of total SDC expenditure for eco, biodiversity, environmental protection enhancement is too small for the scale of the work and the focus required. Submitters 111 and 112 are speaking, Mr. Mayor, later this afternoon. Submission 113 is Nick Kirk for the Waihora Ellesmere Trust. Says we're in the process of appointing a new project manager. The trust is in the position to support their current position for a year and want to indicate to council that serious action is now occurring that will likely continue for some time. Our ongoing support through these planning phases would be hugely appreciated, and we would seek in the order of 25% of the current financial year's costs. So that's in the order of 20 to 25k out of an estimated 80 to 100. And that, Mr. Mayor, is the last of the written submissions that we have received.
Thank you, David, for that. Council, is there any questions or things that have been raised that you'd like clarity on? If not, we will break for until the next submittal, which is at 1:30. But if there's things that people would like some clarity on now, you can do that. Deborah.
Just one, and I'm aware that this, Ivan Robertson has brought to our attention about land being rezoned by, rateable QV with regards to, being in a proximity to other land that is proposed in private claim changes. Just wondering, there was, about 3 or 4 people I understand affected across our board with regards to other landowners in this predicament. Is it possible to have an update with where we're sitting? Because I understand there might have been a court case involved with one of the owners. Just trying to work out where we've got with regards to that particular challenge or issue with regards around QV.
Okay, and Kelly, if you'd like to comment, we don't need to answer that today, but just on the process around answering that.
Yeah, correct. There's 3 or 4 ratepayers who have put in a formal objection to the evaluation, which are generally related to a proposed private plan change, and the valuers have valued them on the basis that the plan change would potentially go ahead, which is not the council's necessarily their view. I'll come back to the appropriate committee with an update on that. And yes, you are correct there. There is a couple of court proceedings, so just need to be careful around that.
Thank you.
I was going to speak to Ivan's thing. The local council member he spoke to was me, and that was after he talked to staff. He came to me, and I put him back to say it was QV. As we have nothing to do with the setting of those, and he just with what's he's put through to us. I wonder if he still understands what the process is and such like. So hopefully we're going to respond fully to this, because it is the whole setting the property values has absolutely nothing to do with us. So
yeah, and I've had a number of other people contact me in the office about the same matter. So it is actually quite widespread. It's a misunderstanding around our involvement in that property valuation or the revaluation that occurs.
That was the other question I wanted to ask, because I can't remember. How often are they revalued? Was it
3 years?
It is 3 years. Okay.
Bob.
Yeah, just I know it'll come up in the staff report, but when you do the staff report about the TIP fund, can we have a list of the toilets, public toilets that are going in the future? And we probably had it at some stage, and also approximately when, just so that we're clear which ones are coming up in order.
Yes, the report on Wednesday's agenda lists the TIF funding round 5, 6 and 7. So it gives you an indication of where we're at. And if you weren't aware, the Kuwi one is the one being applied for in the current round of TIF funding. But that application actually doesn't go in till today. But it's going to be fair to say we've done very well at the TIF funding. We're probably almost getting to the point of being over-serviced with public toilets on major roads.
No such thing, Mary.
No such thing as too many toilets, especially if you have small children in the car or elderly passengers. My question was going to be, sorry, it made me laugh now and I've forgotten. In terms of the various requests for funding, I mean, I totally appreciate everyone could always do with a bit more money for stuff. And I guess on the one hand, I'm slightly concerned that a lot of them are basically they're independent trusts, but are seeing that they believe that this council should be funding more than the majority of their costs, like to the point where I'm almost questioning whether some of them believe that it is our duty to fund them entirely, in which case why are they independent in some ways. But there was a funding forum held the other day
which I've heard from a couple of people who attended were great. And I guess if people who've been applying, asking us for funding here didn't attend, that's a real shame because there is a wide range of other funding. But in terms of what we could do as far as annual plan or long-term plan, it comes back to me as well or it makes me come back to, is our community funding budget big enough in terms of the need that's out there? And how well are we referring? No, we are referring people onto other funds. I'm not sure how well they're taking that message on board that we are not the only source of funding. But at the same time, population is increasing, need is increasing. It would be good if staff responses included something around, do we need to increase that community funding?
Good. Thank you, Steph, for those comments, and that'll be part of the pack we get, David. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Well, okay, let's adjourn the meeting, and we have our next presenter at 1:30, Susie Newton from the Castleville Community Association. 1:30. Thanks. Back to Jens for the new plan today. We have an afternoon of submitters. Susie Newton, Nikki Smoik, Lionel Fume, Terry Anderson may not be in anymore. Wendy Thompson was going to be attending via Zoom, but is now likely to be in person. Dave Page and Andrew Wilson is attending via Zoom later today too. So first up, Susie Newton. Susie, if you'd like to come to the front of the room and sit at the table down the far end. Welcome to take a seat in any one of those two seats. Start by saying thank you very much for your submission to us and the things that you've already told us. And today is an opportunity for you to expand on any of those points or bring anything new to our attention. We've allowed about 10 minutes for this conversation. So for you to present what you'd like, and then maybe to some questions from councillors. And the microphone in front of you, if you just press the right-hand button, the right-hand one will turn it on. You just press it once. Yeah, I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, well, thank you very much for allowing me to come and talk to you. I did have a great deal of difficulty in getting my submission online to you because it kept telling me I didn't have enough on it to make a submission. And your person who was on call over the weekend was extraordinarily helpful for me and allowed me just to email her. So I thank you for that. But what I would like to say here, the points for the annual plan, as far as the Castle Hill Community Association is concerned, there's 3 points. One, the hall was established for 60 houses, and it's been in the long-term plan now to extend it for more than 5 years. There are now 140 houses. So, which means that it's not fit for purpose anymore because fire regulations say we can't have any more than 50 people in it. So that's my first point. My second point is the tennis court, which is beyond playing tennis on and has been in the long-term plan for more than 5 years, again, for resurfacing, and was in the current annual plan for resurfacing, but has obviously not been done. This goes along with the fact that that the council has allowed a huge subdivision on the right-hand side of Castle Hill Drive, and it's very nice subdivision. But I don't know where all the reserves and development contributions for it from the developers went, because there's no infrastructure. There is no more, not another tennis court, not another village green, not anything else. It all comes back to the original side, which is now totally inadequate. My third point is the application for a night sky, which is, as you know, is a very valuable resource to have a night sky area. Think of the Mackenzie country that has a huge amount of tourism for its night sky. Once again, over 5 years ago, there was a resource, the street lighting was in the resource management plan for a dark sky area. The village was promised that the new LED bulbs that they put in would be suitable for it. They're not. And we would like to become an attraction like the Mackenzie country. We would like to have a dark sky area. That's my 3 points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and very clear with what your requests are to us. Councillors, is there any questions that you have?
Yes, look, just very quick, thank you very much for your submission. We've received a few submissions around the same point from other people about Castle Point. I heard the first time. Just, we'll get this information anyway, but 140 houses there. How many permanently tenanted? How many people live there permanently? Do you know?
I am not sure, but it is increasing every month. People are starting to live there more often now than they used to. We used to be originally mostly holiday homes, but now there would be, I think what I heard a little while ago, about 150 people.
That permanently live there.
Permanently there. And others are there for a considerable time, like people like June Clouds, who's one of the original inhabitants. She comes for the winter every year, the whole of the winter, you know, and then part-time during the summer. And other people come for the whole of the summer. So
thank you. I love the idea of the night sky.
Yes, so do we. We all love the idea of a night sky, but the street lights are just totally incompatible with that. And it's not as if there's a huge amount. I mean, surely they could be changed to be compatible.
Thank you very much for that, Susie. We will be making decisions on these submissions at the end of the month, and everything needs to be complete before the 1st of July when the new financial year kicks around for us.
Well, that'd be really nice, but the tennis court last year you said was going to be finished in this year and it hasn't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want a copy of my 3 points?
Yeah, sure. Yes. No, I mean, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not interested in computer age.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Nikki Snoink from Forest and Bird. This is on page 302 and submission number 112. Nikki, welcome back to our annual plan process. Thank you for your submission. And there's time now for you to expand on anything that you've already told us, or maybe there's some new things you'd like to bring to our attention as well. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, everybody, and welcome back to the familiar faces and welcome to the new faces. My name is Nikki Snoink and I'm the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird. And Forest and Bird, for those of you who don't know, is New Zealand's biggest independent conservation organisation, run primarily by volunteers. And our mission, you might call it, is to do as much as we can within our power to protect and preserve and restore New Zealand's Indigenous plants and animals. So I'm here today to talk about that and what's happening in Selwyn District here. And I was a bit disappointed that in the district plan there wasn't more about Indigenous biodiversity. Most of it was focused down on the draining system by Lake Ellesmere. And I have spoken with council before about these points, so I'm back again to remind you. My submission revolved around 3 points, and one was the Selwyn Biodiversity Working Group report and recommendations. And the second point was around the Regional Council-led Biodiversity Champions Group. And then the third point was around biosecurity in the district. So I'm going to talk briefly to those 3 things today. First of all, on the Biodiversity Working Group report, the working group was established to set up some make recommendations for provisions for the district plan review, which is under review at the moment. And the group produced a report after groups like ours and a number of others invested quite a lot of time in that process over a couple of years we produced a report with recommendations, and I guess what I'm asking you guys is to consider implementing those recommendations. One of the key points in that report was to advance a parallel process to identify Indigenous biodiversity in the district, and that was simply to identify and map. So I'm asking you if you could consider resourcing that process to get it underway. It's not in the district plan now, it probably needs to be added later on through a plan change again, but we are losing Indigenous biodiversity hand over fist in this district, as some of you probably know, and we do need to get on and map it at a certain point so we can protect and preserve it as the RMA requires. My second point is on the Regional Biosecurity Champions Group that was led by Environment Canterbury the last few years. I'd strongly encourage you to encourage them to spark it back up again and participate in it, because biodiversity does require a regional approach. I mean, we've got 10 councils roughly throughout Canterbury, I think, and we can't do this on our own, so it needs a collaborative, joined-up approach to share resources and expertise. So if Environment Canterbury has its Biosecurity Champions Group, I'd strongly recommend that council resource and fund, resource somebody to participate in that group. The regional approach supports Te Mana o Te Taio, which is the New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy. This is a all of government agency strategy, or New Zealand strategy for biodiversity, and one of the key pillars of that is getting the system right. So everybody needs to pull in the same direction for biodiversity if we want to turn the tide on the 4,000 or so Indigenous species at risk of extinction. And you are also a signatory to the Regional Biodiversity Strategy for Canterbury, so this would also support that, which aims to protect what we have left and then restore biodiversity on top of that. Finally, my third point was on biosecurity. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's report on weeds, space invaders, which came out a couple of years ago. There's a couple of really good quotes in there that the risks weed pose will only rise as climate change increases the area over which many of them can spread and conquer. We're seeing some pretty big climate change impacted storms around the countryside, and those are just opportunities for weeds to go back and invade. It's not out of the question that that could happen around here too. And he simply says more needs to be done to protect our native taonga from these silent invaders. So biosecurity is a massive risk all around the country. So my ask to you is that you could allocate some resources to increase plant and pest animal control, but predominantly plants, especially where they're a threat to Indigenous biodiversity in the district. And if it's resourced well, then you can also enable the council to work collaboratively with other groups and councils that are working on these exact issues. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you very much. It's good to be back, and kia ora.
Thank you, Nikki, for that. Councillors, any questions that you've got around the requests and points made? No, it doesn't appear to be. So our process from here will be by the end of the month, we'll make some decisions on the submissions made, and they'll be formalised before the end of June. So over the next sort of 6 weeks is our time frame for decision making. We appreciate you taking the time and for the work that you do in our community.
Very good. Kia ora. Thank you. Cheers. All the best.
Our next submitter is Dr. Lionel Hume and Federated Farmers submission. Straight in the door and straight to the front of the room. Councillors, this is submission number 111 on page 293. Thank you very much for the submission you've written to us. It's been read by councillors, and today is a chance for you to expand on anything that you've said here, or any new information you'd like to put before us. We've allowed about 10 minutes for the conversation, including questions if there are any, and your microphone's already on in front of you, so the floor's yours.
Thank you. I've had with me Carl Dean. He's going to do most of the talking.
Yes, also Carl Dean, I'm the provincial president for North Canterbury Federated Farmers, and also a resident of Selwyn District as well. So we do thank the District Council for allowing us to submit on the draft annual plan for 23-24. We're a voluntary primary sector organisation who represents farming and other rural businesses. And our submissions are always made up from our members' views. We're largely in support of the council's draft annual plan, although we do have some concerns in terms of the financial side of it. But we do support the fact that there is adequate resourcing of drinking water systems, with 3 waters and roading, which is listed in our major projects and local projects as well. And they are focusing on your core business, in our view, while keeping within spending limits. But whether this is below the rate of inflation is a big question. So the key one for us that we're highlighting is, I suppose, in the financial information, just that the proposed operational expenditure for 23-24 is 15% greater than for the previous year, and also 16% greater than the long-term plan budget as well. And obviously total rates, which is, it's great. There's a 13% increase over last year and 8.4% more than the LTP. These increases are superimposed on 23% increase last year and a 23% increase in rates last year as well compared to the previous years. So it's quite a big jump compared to what the long-term plan had projected. And since obviously about 2021, and it's For example, the operational expenditure is 23-24 is about 16% greater than what was in the long-term plan. The state of the introductory material that the average rate increase is 5.9%. So one question we do pose is how is that made up, considering that the total rates increases a lot more than that? Is that through more ratepayers? Could that be better detailed in the plan? We do support the council's desire to keep the rate below rate inflation. That's what we want to see, because obviously anything above that will have a detrimental effect to the rural economy and overall the people of the district. And on that, we're pretty happy with everything else in terms of major projects. There doesn't seem to be anything that we were too concerned about in terms of out of course spending or deviating from what's required. But we are concerned or question the expenditure and how that is made up, and that rate increase versus the actual income increase coming into the council. Anything further? No.
Yeah. Carl, thank you for that, and a lot of coming in as well. Councillor, is there any questions on that presentation to us? No, thank you then for coming in, and it's great to have your support for the things that you do support, and then thinking about how we answer some of those things. It's not for today, but staff will be bringing back reports to us on the matters that have been raised through submissions for us to consider 31st of May at the end of the month. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next submitter was to be Terry Anderson, who is now not coming. And is Wendy Thompson here? No. Dave Page is here. Great, Dave. Thank you for coming along. Councillors, this is submission number 99 on page 256. Yes. Tim, could you just grab Malcolm from the next room? So Malcolm left the room because of the submission that he felt he was sitting on as part of the district plan for Nikki's Forest and Bird submission. Dave, thank you for your submission that you've given to us already, and councillors have read that. Today is an opportunity for you to address those matters and any others you'd like to with us. If you've got some paperwork you'd like handed around, we can make that happen.
Thank you very much. The challenge I have is that I only bought 3 copies, so I misinterpreted.
The first 3 on the side, and they can, read and pass it on.
I'm talking to you today about a concern that I have representing myself. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm following up on a submission that I made as part of road safety concerns that I have, and I've included some photographs that I've taken yesterday morning, actually, just to help demonstrate the case, because a picture tells 1,000 words. Just a bit of background, I'm a resident of Vedeco in Lincoln, and I'm a former civil engineer. I now am a business strategist. I'm going to cover off today the background to my submission, just what I covered, the 3 points that I covered in the submission, and what I'm seeking today from council. I want to then back that up with 8 photographs, which are sequential, showing a story of the background to my submission. Fundamentally, the background of the submission is neighbourhood concern for safety and an interest in road safety improvement at the Vedeco Springs road intersection for pedestrians and cycles. The current situation is that the intersection is seen as unsafe for pedestrian and cycle crossing. Footpaths are incomplete, and there is no safe way on foot to access the school zone, which is Aurelia Springs, the Moore Playground, Moore Shopping Precincts, and Lincoln.
Walking from University to Videko is risky due to large sections of unformed path, traffic behaviour, which I'll cover in the photographs. Bush surrounded path. I've had concerns raised to me about some of the path by the university goes through some bush. Piecemeal footpath construction and state of road maintenance. Cycling along Springs Road is also risky given no cycleway in the state of the road. The current state of the road layout is a disincentive for walking and cycling, a situation made worse given that there are no amenities in Videko. I understand that some of the residents have spoken to council about amenities and been told that there can't be, but I haven't fact checked that, so I don't know for sure. We have validated these concerns by a neighbourhood poll, unfortunately a private Facebook group, but yesterday afternoon one of my neighbours put a request out just to get feedback about road safety in the area, and there were 18 responses yesterday afternoon. And these covered safety concerns, no crossing, speed of traffic, road design, access to the facilities or no facilities, and cyclist and pedestrian near misses. A colleague, a neighbour that I've been working with and discussing has had a near miss trying to cycle turn right into Videko Boulevard, and actually when she was crossing the road with her kids, had to pick them up to avoid getting hit by a vehicle. So these are real concerns that I'm bringing to you today. Unfortunately, I can't share for privacy reasons the Facebook page because I understand it's private. In my submission to you, I submitted concern over road safety given traffic behaviour along Springs Road and the open road speed. This does not encourage walking and cycling, which is obviously an objective as we try and go more sustainable in future. And I could not see in the annual plan a specific street level road safety improvement plan. I'm seeking today from council feedback on roading improvements intended for this area to provide an understanding or to ensure that council has an understanding of the incomplete works and widely held view of the unsafe intersection and a prompt remediation plan. I'd like to move now to the photographs. Photograph one, these photographs were taken by me yesterday. It was pretty bad weather, so they are slightly dark. Photograph one is Springs Road looking south, with a Te Whāriki on the left and the last house on the right-hand side of the Videko subdivision. The concern that I have here is that you can see in the background is the open road sign, and unfortunately current practice seems to be that people speed up when they see an open road sign. That happens to coincide with the intersection into Videko and also the new intersection slightly further down into the other new subdivision on the left there. Moving to the second photo, this is actually a shot heading north on Springs Road, the same open road sign with the 50 on the other side. I'd like to call out that the signage is on uninformed roading. It gives a sense of a country road and is seemingly limited visual incentive for speed to be reduced at that point. The issue is that there's an intersection on the right-hand side and Videko Boulevard just on the left coming up. And yet, quite often when those sorts of signs, people are not doing 50 at that speed, that point. This submission is not just about speed. That would be an easy fix if we could just reduce the speed. The actual road design, layout and concerns have to be added into that. And I turn to the next photo, which is Springs Road looking north, Videko development at left. In the maze and the perspective right at the end, you'll see, if you know the area, that's Southfield development. A later photograph will show you my concerns there. But fundamentally, it's a blind corner, start of unformed pavement, and an obscured exit from Southfield Drive. The road width would seem to easily facilitate a traffic lane into Videko, given that my neighbour has had an issue getting a cycle into there and turning right, and that was also another comment. I think that would be a really positive thing. Traffic calming and turning control and safe pedestrian works. They would seem to be doable given the width of the road. The next photograph is Springs Road looking north to the S bend. I want to call out three things here. Firstly is the apparent blind corner. You can see you've got vegetation on the left. On the right-hand side, you've got a fence and further vegetation which blocks a visual view of traffic coming from Southfield Drive, even though it is a stop sign there. Again, countryside, people may treat that as a soft stop. The Videko side pedestrian cut down on the footpath is actually on your left there, about halfway up in the photograph. And that then means that pedestrians also have an obstructed view. And we've already talked to you about concerns for speed both directions. And that makes it an unsafe crossing, in my opinion. The Rapid Springs Road feature would seem to increase safety risks given the multiple hazards, including obstructed views and the time it takes for children to get across the road. Our next photograph, Springs Road looking north at East Bend. This just shows the unformed road and no footpath for pedestrians trying to walk to and from university. I've personally done it. I won't do it again. I felt unsafe. You've got to cross the road at least twice to try and get from my street to the university for the bus. And on the road, cyclists need to compete with traffic. You can see more clearly here on the right-hand side, the fence and vegetation obscures views from traffic coming from southbound on right, which is a further risk. Just a couple more photos to go and then I can wrap up. On the next photo is Springs Road looking north at the East Bend. This is where pedestrian access to the university stops. You can see the condition of the road and cyclists that pushed out into that road and are competing with trucks. So we've had some concerns raised by a resident there. And you can see that the footpath stops on the right-hand side. The next photograph, the Springs Road, just ahead of that where the footpath stops, but looking south. You can see the unformed road. You can see the drainage ditch, the grass berm. And so a pedestrian has to choose to walk on that road edge, competing with a cyclist and a vehicle. I think there's a further risk with this East Bend because as you look at it, it has a country road feel, but actually the reality is that we're now in a growing traffic volume urban environment. So just to wrap it up, I'm conscious of the time. I believe I'm acting for myself here, but I do have the backup of some residents. And as I mentioned, we carried out a poll yesterday, which is quite strong feedback. I believe there's significant current road safety issues and concerns for pedestrians and cyclists crossing Springs Road at Padeco Boulevard and for cyclists trying to get in there. If you have a look in that photo, if you imagine if there's trucks and vehicles going at speed, that is a risky manoeuvre trying to get from the left-hand side of the road into that boulevard. There are current road safety concerns on Springs to University for pedestrians and cyclists. This is only going to increase because of when the houses are developed in Waikirikiri Avenue and Te Whariki development. There's empty sections there at the moment. But that road, as you saw in earlier photographs, also exits onto Springs. I think there will be further potential for further risk will be exacerbated by new occupants from the retirement village, both driving and walking, and presumably using public transport. I'm seeking council feedback on timely addressing these safety concerns. And finally, benefits would be if there was a controlled intuitive, as in it made logical sense for people to cross the road at that point. An intuitive controlled intersection would help facilitate walking and cycling in Lincoln. It would enable safe crossing for school children, crossing at rush hour, going to Te Whariki Playground. And that is required because, as you know, the Padeco orchard and exercise equipment did not proceed. There are no facilities that I'm aware of in our subdivision. And finally, footpath construction could further facilitate safe walking, cycling and use of buses. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope that's been clear. And if there's any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Okay, thank you so much for the photos and the explanation. Make it really easy to understand your key concerns and what's wrong with the current situation. And you've clearly highlighted some of the actions that could be taken in your opinion. There are some questions in the room. Sophie?
Yeah, Kia, so thank you very much for coming. I'm not sure, but I think I may have spoken to you on the phone about this before.
That's correct.
And then I managed to lose your phone number, so I never called you back. But I just wanted to let you, I did follow it up with staff and they were working on a list of projects around this. So I'm not quite sure whether they're to be funded this year or next year, but hopefully we'll come back with that as part of our summation of hearings and that sort of information. But I did go for a wee cycle ride because I go to the uni for classes, some of them. And so yeah, I went for a ride and I totally agree. It's not conducive to cycling. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from councillors? No, thank you for your time today. We will have staff comment and advice back for the meeting on the 31st of May. We will be making decisions before the end of June, and that'll set the agenda for the annual plan after that. So we really appreciate your feedback and the time you've taken to bring the photos in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. We're now fine with the next two presenters.
Wendy, hello. Or just, you just come straight to the front of the room. We're running slightly ahead of time. Are you okay to do your submission now?
Why not?
Hey. You can take your time to get your stuff out of your bag and ready. There's no problem.
Well, I've prepared something because I'm not very good at speaking off the cuff, but I need my spectacles to read it because it's on my phone.
Oh, good. Councillors have received your submission and that has been read. So today there's no need to go over your whole submission, but if there's anything you'd like to highlight or anything new you'd like to bring to our attention, that's fine. Councillors, this is submission number 66 on page 169. And we'll allow 10 minutes for this conversation. There may be some questions afterwards. The microphone in front of you is already on, so you can just launch into it when you'd like. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, firstly, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to submit to the 23-24 annual plan and also to speak to my submission today. As outlined in my submission, I'd like to address 3 key issues in my street that I would like to think could be addressed during the 23-24 financial year. The first one is the remediation and repair of the grass veg on Clinton Street, Darfield, that has become damaged, potholed and polluted by large trucks and trailers parking there over several years. The next issue is to have a provision to prevent future damage to this grass veg and also the veg alongside Almond Park, where trucks are also beginning to park. And finally, I'm seeking restrictions of some form on heavy vehicles parking on our residential street in recognition of the nuisance and odour they are creating. And Mayor Broughton, I'm not sure if your council staff have provided some kind of feedback on submissions for you to consider, but if that's the case, is there anything to share with me in that respect?
They will do that. We haven't done that to date. So at the moment, we're just up to the phase where we're listening to all the submissions and then following everything being heard, staff will then report back on what has been written and also the things that have been shared in the meetings here.
Okay, thank you. So just really, I guess, to summarise a bit of what was in my submission and to give everybody here an opportunity to ask me questions is where I've come today, and just to show that this is a serious matter in my mind, although I appreciate that a couple of grass verges are probably quite trivial in the scope of everything that council does across the district. I first raised these matters at the Melbourne Community Board meeting in September 22. Salon's Chief Executive David was in attendance that day, and an outcome from that meeting was that staff would be asked to provide advice or options on these matters, but to my knowledge this has not yet occurred with any feedback coming back to the Community Board or to myself. When I first raised this matter with council staff in 2020 and then again followed up in 2022 with council staff, I was told clearly there was no budget for remediation work. So really I'm here to ask that some funds are set aside in the next annual plan for work to occur. I've also been told by staff that there's no way of preventing large trucks from parking on our street and damaging the verges. However, both at the Community Board forum and also in my submission, and sorry, I've just lost my spot on my phone, I have suggested 2 solutions that are within Council's control and are also within its powers. The first is strategic tree planting on the verges once they're remediated, and also some additional plantings on the verge alongside Almond Park and Playground. The other option available to council is to adopt a resolution in accordance with section 5.4 of your own traffic and parking bylaw to restrict heavy vehicles. Just as a little bit of background, I am the 3rd generation of my family to be living at 6 Clinton Street. And Mayor Broughton, you might remember my mother, Margaret Thompson, who taught at the high school for many years. After she retired, she was also a member of the Darfield Township Committee, and during her time on the committee, she was instrumental in the establishment of Tussock Square and was also involved with tree planting at Westview Reserve, where the skate park is. Along with her friend Jenny Pearson,
She and Jenny also propagated and planted the first carpet roses in the gardens along the main street in Darfield. So I guess I find it a little disheartening to see how, you know, the street that she lived on from when she got married at 23 has been left to deteriorate. I do appreciate that we do live next door to a hotel that's been established on the main street of Darfield, South Terrace, for many years. And it's in the 70s when I was a child, number 4 Clinton Street, got purchased by the publican. It got amalgamated into their South Terrace property and reclassified as a commercial premise rather than the residential one that it was. Next to a hotel, and we expect to hear loud music and the sound of your customers' vehicles from time to time, but we don't expect to be living next to a truck stop that smells like a cattle yard. So I hope that when you, Salem councillors, deliberate the merits of my submission, you will choose to support the submission and make sure our street is taken to a peaceful, pleasant place to be used to. So that's probably about all of and my submission, but I'm happy for anyone to ask me questions.
I seek some clarification. Is there a car park at the back of the hotel that the
I don't know if it would actually get around, but there's some tree planting in the middle of the part of the dust and noise. I'm not quite sure quite where there is, but if they did do that, then we'll really just be parking next to my driveway as opposed to in front of my house.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much. I guess mine's probably I'm just playing devil's advocate. You know, it's always, I find it helpful to visualize what we're talking about. How do you think the residents of Clinton Street would feel if the parking for heavy trucks was formalised and sealed? In the sense that then there wouldn't be so much in the potholes and the gravel and the dust. Obviously the trucks would still be there. So I'm just asking as an alternative thing, in the sense that they've got to park somewhere. We have this issue in Wollaston as well, by the way. They like parking on top of all our footpaths because we struggle to provide somewhere for them to go. So that was it's just a kind of a devil's advocate type question. How would you feel if a truck stayed that the roads were okay?
Of the smell.
No. So they've got animals on board?
We don't have animals on board, but they are cattle trucks and they're not clean. And some of them do leach. Well, they probably all leach, but I have observed leaching from them.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy.
I just want to know if there's a particular time of the day when they're parking. Like, are they coming in after work hours for drinks, or is this ongoing all during the day, weekends predominantly? Just to get a bit of an idea.
I think they're staying overnight at the hotel, so they're coming in. I presume that Darfield might be like, I don't know much about the trucking industry, but I believe that long haul trucks only have a certain distance or time that they can travel. So maybe Darfield is a suitable spot for them to rest over, but that's just me, you know, extrapolating on that. So some will come in sort of the afternoon, some will turn up maybe around, some will come at 8 or something. I think when I first returned to the house, because my mother lived with us in Westport for about 10 years because she had an impact, and we had the house rented out after the earthquake repairs. So a sort of a step has happened through this time. And that's where the wearing chairs occurred. Now I've lost the whole point of what I was going to say. Sorry, that's my nerves. But yeah, so when I first moved back there, I had one evening where I actually stopped every truck that parked there, and there was 3. And the first one arrived sort of like mid-afternoon, and I asked if he would mind moving because the Virgin had been damaged, and it would be nice if it didn't park there anymore. And he told me that was the first time he'd parked there, but he happily moved on. He parked on the main street somewhere. And then about 2 hours later, another one came along, so I asked him the same thing, and he was quite happy to move on. And the third one, I think, turned up about 10 o'clock. And then I told him my story and he said, oh, what do you want me to move on? I said, well, you're here now and it's 10 o'clock. So, suit yourself kind of thing. But, there's more that would park there than there actually would be facilities for. And they do come through the night. And some leave quite early in the morning as well. And these trucks are really big and they're not exactly quiet. And then, of course, it's not just outside the hotel all the time. It can be along the whole street alongside Armand Park.
Cool. Thank you very much for that information. And for us, we will have some advice back from staff as a part of understanding this. Include things from the Melbourne Community Board, which you mentioned you've spoken to them. The next meeting for us on this matter will be on the 31st of May, just before the end of the month. We'll be making decisions before the end of June. So we appreciate you coming here today and supporting your submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And just as a last thing, I would like to thank the community board for their support on this. But I guess the real reason I've come here is because the work to come there has to be money, and the community board don't have the power to rate, but you folk do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next starter is Andrew Wilson online. It's gone off. Yep. Andrew's not due to be with us until 2:30, so we might see in touch base with him and get him here. Otherwise, we'll just wait for the next 15 minutes and continue with the final submitter today, Andrew, when he joins us online. Yeah, we've done all the written submissions. June for 15 minutes, and then we'll just join back sitting in our seats again at past, and then we have to chase everything else. Take 15. Yeah.
Are you on mute?
Welcome back to hearings today. David's got a submission that he needs to include for us to be able to move through today and receive all of the submissions. And then we have Andrew Wilson joining us online. David.
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned about half an hour ago, I submitted 102. Terry Anderson is unavailable to be here. So the key points that he's raised in his submissions are around timing of capital expenditure, cost of contract with Cord to maintain water facilities, and revenue from Cord. So they will be addressed in staff responses, Mr. Mayor, on the 31st of May.
Great, thank you. Andrew, if you're online, would you like to turn your video on and your microphone on? I want to say thank you very much for your submission to us that councillors have on page 89. It's submission number 31. Thank you for what you've told us already. Now's an opportunity. We've got 10 minutes set aside for you to be able to highlight anything within that original submission or add anything to that you would like to. There may be some questions at the end, so I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's attending this process. I don't think the wider audience understands just what's involved and what you do. And yeah, especially the time that it's taken to put this and the time it takes out of your personal life. So thank you on my behalf. Points that I'd like to raise in particular. So we'll start off with the West Melton and speeding through it with the new roading that's coming through and traffic calming around the schools. I'd like to see something more consideration around that, and also around the village itself. As we're finding there's more and more young people, simple traffic calming could be as simple as just I build fuel stations for a living, for example, and we have basically the little black and yellow devices that can be pinned down to asphalt, so they're not overly expensive. And I suggest looking at a couple of trials where we just use them as traffic calming measures, just to slow vehicles as they turn into the streets, just to keep them slow, or even the middle, just so they slow as they go through. 50k on internal roads is excessive, and that's for the board to considerate. The other thing is, and my wife's just asked me to bring this up, Whedon's Ross Road, we've had that fantastic new intersection completed and roundabout, and then we've got the portion of the Whedon's Ross Road that the council was involved in with Wakakahate and upgrading, and we've got this little gap between the two that needs to be looked at. Is there a time around that for getting those works done within this annual plan, or is that future further out? And then later on, we're talking about things like residents association and support. We discovered at our last meeting that all of a sudden where there is no funding, where that's been there for a very long time, but that's for future discussion. And when we met with the mayor, when we talked about this last year, we were informed that our funding was not going to be removed, and that is now not the case. It could have been he was just basing it on the information he had at the time, and that's absolutely fine. The other one that I've brought up is the arts project that I've been quite a fond person of bringing up. I'd like to see Selwyn have New Zealand's largest art piece, and it be something that stretches from one side of Selwyn to the other and even in Connect. And the one thing that Selwyn's got that not everyone else has is its internal waterways, and a simple stone arch using local stone would be a good way of connecting a piece to another piece to another piece. Again, this is just for discussion. And the only other thing I'd like to bring up is the lighting to the corner of Hoskins and West Melton Road. On West Coast Road, you've got a couple of solar light panels that are sitting there doing nothing due to lack of solar panels, protecting shingle roads, which have very little traffic. Here we have a major road being Hoskins and an intersection that is extremely dark that needs to be illuminated, especially if you're going to be putting your new cycleway through there. Thoughts?
Andrew, thank you very much for that. Sorry if I got you wrong in the funding piece. That certainly wasn't intentional. And yeah, are there any questions in the room today for the submission that we've received? It doesn't appear to be. Andrew, the process for us from here is to receive all the submissions On the 31st of May, we will be going through with staff comment on those submissions and thinking about how we formulate the annual plan for next year. And so that's the point where things get a yes or a no beside them, and some of the things I just know they might be awaiting for a long-term plan or another day. So we're just really focused on the next 12 months. We appreciate your care for your community and spending the time writing to us in the first instance, but turning up today as well. It makes a big difference to our process.
Thank you very much for making it available. You guys have a lovely day. Appreciate everything you do. We live in a great community. Cheers for that.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Before we go, Andrew, just if you're still there.
Yes,
sorry,
please.
Elizabeth, I didn't see your light on. A question from Councillor Elizabeth.
Sorry, yeah, I just missed it. And I haven't seen it in your written up abbreviation plan here, but you said there was a gap between the two that needed to. I was trying to write notes, but I missed that. A gap between two.
Okay, so we've got this lovely new set of lights and upgraded road to a roundabout on West Wedens Ross Road, and then we've got a gap between there and where the road was upgraded last year, where the road has been widened and with white lines and the like. So we've got an area which is now darker without good lining, and it's quite noticeable at night. It does need to be improved, especially with the traffic count.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks for that. We'll let you go this time.
Thank you. Have a good night. Take care.
Councillors, that brings us to the end of the hearings. So I've got a recommendation around having us close this off. So we need to receive the submissions numbered 101 through 113 and also including all of today's hearings to us. Someone want to move and second that? Shane? Yep. Malcolm, thank you. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. In our diaries, 2 days set aside. So one is the 31st of May, and the next one, if required, will be Wednesday the 7th. Make sure there's 2 days in here, as last year we got ourselves into a space of making a quick decision without staff advice. And so this now allows us to consider anything on Wednesday the 31st, and if there's any clarification that's required, there'll be the ability to come back without making that decision on the day, and it takes the pressure off us. But we may be able to conclude it all on that first day, but at the moment we'll keep the second one in the diary. Can I ask if there's any questions that you have on any of the submissions or things you don't feel have been raised or addressed in the advice that staff give us, to come back to David, all those staff members, with plenty of time for them to consider and think about what extra information might be required for us to make a decision. We don't want to get to that deliberations day and then 20 questions come out, which could have been answered over the weekend if you'd just given us 5 days notice. So please allow staff the respect to do that, because they have put a lot of time into thinking about how they respond to this. David, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, other than to acknowledge what has been a very, very good process, not only today, but right from conception many months back, the development of our draft annual plan, the community information sessions, and I think it's been reflected in the nature of submissions that we've heard today, where there have been good questions, but also a lot of complimentary comments have been made to the process as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for today. We'll close with karakia. Unihia, tapo, kia wātia, ai, kia wātia. Kia ora everyone, thank you for your contributions. Meeting closed.